budget. It would be more appropriate to discuss those policies and whether we want to adopt them, and then decide whether we want to fund them in the budget. So the placement is not correct. I mean, these items needed to be discussed prior to considering the budget.
Alderman Kramer?
Yes, Your Honor. I think one way we can handle Alderwoman Saunders' thought on this topic is that when the Bill 5714 does come up, we can debate those topics at that time. And basically, as long as we're not taking something out of the agenda or adding something to it, we can approve the agenda.
Well, in every meeting that I've been at, you've always said A has to be moved to here, and I just want to make sure, I don't, not debate, but I mean, I want to make sure those items are individually addressed prior to the budget conversation, because that's what needs to be done. So I'm proposing that we move F1, 2, 3, 4 to before bill number 5714. And then, if we want to do...
Well, we already have a motion on the floor to, unless somebody wants to amend their motion to accept the...
I'll withdraw my motion on the agenda.
And who was the second? Who made, Keith? You take back your second?
I'll take back my second.
Okay.
Since he's taking back the first.
All right. Do you want to restate the motion then?
Yes, I move that items F1, 2, 3, 4 be moved to 7A, let's say.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, and then I ask, and this may be out of order, so you can correct me, I ask that we do staggered readings for the budget, the adoption of the budget. We had a consensus, I believed, at Ways and Means, and unfortunately, I did not make a motion. And I know that there were a lot of things done by consensus in closed session with regard to Chris Seemayer. I was assuming that people would honor the consensus, but I'm a rookie, and I didn't realize I had to make a motion. But as good stewards to the public and to the fellow aldermen, by staggering the readings, we have to adopt it by December 3rd. This allows us to have the discussion and for us to listen to our fellow aldermen and from the public, and then see in between if we need to make some adjustments or revisions, then we can do so in that 2-week time frame, and then do the second reading on December 3rd.
We already have one motion and a second. If I have a motion to move, or we have a first and a second to move items one through 4 to 7A. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
And then my second motion is that we only have the first reading of the budget tonight, and the second reading will be at the December 3rd Board of Aldermen meeting. We had a consensus of that at Ways and Means meeting, that's how we were going to do it, and I reported that to my Ward 1 residents, and I thought it was a big step forward in transparency and accountability. You'll get to hear the conversation, the pluses and minuses with the budget. I'll get to hear my fellow aldermen's arguments and so forth. And then that allows us the 2-week time frame to get feedback from public and from each other and get our questions resolved. And then we would have the second reading and the vote on December 3rd. So I think in a manner of moving transparent, this is how it's done in many of the cities, Clayton being one. They have workshops and stuff with the public, and I think it would be a very, very good step for the residents as far as transparency.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Yeah. Roll call, please.
Alderwoman Saunders.
Yes.
Alderwoman Manister.
Yes.
Alderman Leahy.
Yes.
Alderman Toohey.
Yes.
Alderman Kramer.
No.
Alderman Robertson.
No.
Alderman Nguyen.
No.
Alderman Harper.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, can I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved, Your Honor.
And second?
I second that.
All in favor of approving the agenda as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item, consideration approval of the minutes from the regular Board of Alderman meeting from November 5th, 2012. Any changes? Alderwoman Saunders?
Just one change, Octavia. They're excellent minutes. It's on page 12. It's a simple change. The second sentence at the top of the page, it wasn't Alderman Leahy, but it was Mr. Jim Leahy of Steeple Nicholas that I apologize to. So I think it's Lahay. Is that correct?
Okay. Any other changes?
Motion to approve the minutes as amended.
And second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item, we have a public hearing this evening with respect to the 2013 proposed budget. City Administrator, would you like to do your report prior to the public hearing or your presentation on the budget?
I can do it.
Would that
Good evening, Mayor, Board of Aldermen, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to present the proposed budget for fiscal year 2013. Staff started working on this budget along with the departments and the aldermen about 5 months ago. The budget that you have before you is a collaborative effort between the department heads and what they believe their budget needs are for the coming year, and the requests that we have received from the aldermen. Pursuant to the Missouri statutes, the annual budget must set forth a complete financial plan for the ensuing fiscal year. The annual budget shall be adopted by the Board of Aldermen not later than the first meeting of the board in December. The budget shall be prepared, which it has been, under the direction of the Ways and Means Committee. The Ways and Means Committee have met a total of 3 times, representing over 9 hours of meeting deliberation. All officers and employees have cooperated with and provided to the Ways and Means Committee information that we have used, we representing Gina Jarvis, our Finance Director, and I, to prepare this budget. The Ways and Means have reviewed all the expenditure requests and revenue estimates that we have used in preparing this proposed budget. This document meets that requirement. This budget, as I indicated also, is based on information that we received in terms of request from the Board of Aldermen. The proposed fiscal year 13 budget is balanced. Total revenues are projected to be $17,503,495. The total budget expenditures projected for fiscal year 13 is $17,058,991. We are able to maintain the current level of service, make capital improvements and investments in infrastructure, replace equipment and vehicles that have come to the end of their useful life without making use of reserves. As we indicated during the same time last year, the city does not have a formal fund balance policy. However, a fund balance policy has been provided to Ways and Means for their consideration. They will be meeting in the next month or so, and hopefully by the new year we will have a formal policy in place. What staff, however, has modeled in this budget, bearing any unusual or deliberate circumstances, is the ability to use unanticipated one-time revenue surplus amount to start to build the city's fund balance, in particular the general fund. And this rate may be accelerated as we receive these one-time unanticipated revenue surplus. Staff's model in this budget would allow the city to have achieved 29% of our fund balance, which is the city's operating expenditures, in 5 years, and that amount would be $3,498,236. By the end of this year, we will have a 50% fund balance in Storm and Park Improvement Fund and the sewer lateral, and then we will work towards achieving that in the Capital Improvement Fund. In fiscal year 13, our primary goals is to have no residential property tax rate. We also have no debt service tax because we have paid off the general obligation bonds. This budget will allow the city to continue to maintain and continue our high-quality services. I hope you all can read on the slide the services that the city provides: active and proactive code enforcement, beautification and preservation of green space, the annual community celebration called Madden Fest. We have excellent parks and trail systems, ball fields and the ice rink, Concert in the Park series, solid waste management, roadway improvement, a robust sewer lateral program, and the remaining items that are listed on that slide. The city has 4 separate and distinct funds. The general fund is the largest fund. A majority of the city's personnel costs, such as compensation, employee benefits, and general expenses like utilities, fuel, supplies, insurance, and contractual expenses, are expended from this fund. 59.68% makes up personnel services from the general fund. All the departments, with the exception of Parks and Recreation and Sewer Lateral, are expensed from the general fund. The second fund is the Capital Improvement Fund. This fund is responsible for capital equipment purchases, such as vehicles and computers, repairs to city buildings, capital projects such as streets, sidewalks, and buildings. We also pay our debt service for the certificate of participation out of this fund, and this fund is funded by the 1/2 cent capital improvement tax. Then we have the Stormwater Park and Improvement Fund. This fund provides operating expenses for the Parks and Recreation Department, including stormwater expenses. We pay personnel and park capital equipment projects out of this fund as well, and it is derived through a 1/2 cent park and stormwater sales tax. The last fund is the Sewer Lateral Improvement Fund, is responsible for expenses related to the city's sewer lateral repair. And just last month, the Board of Aldermen approved a $10 increase in the sewer lateral assessment fee. This next slide shows the 4 different funds, and I want to focus specifically.
Yeah, is there any way to sharpen that up a little bit, Kevin?
How do I do that, Kevin? I can't.
Your camera.
Font.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
If you have a copy of the budget document,
Exactly.
this page is in there. I don't know the page number off the top of my head, but it's in there.
Make some copies of the,
They have the
Page
budget
20.
document. Page 20.
do they have
The budget documents out there.
do they have this?
They don't have this.
Yeah, it's in there.
This was out on
The
the,
slideshow.
Okay, all right.
That page.
The page.
this
It's
page
in
is
both.
page
It's
20.
in both.
Okay, but is this whole thing in there? It's right here. Do they have a copy of that? Okay. I'm thinking maybe that, okay.
Okay.
The municipal budget is dependent on sales tax. 54% of our revenue comes from sales tax. In fiscal year 13, we're proposing that the sales tax revenue will grow by 3% above the estimated fiscal year 12. Occupational licenses will increased barely by 0.7% above the estimated fiscal year 12. Building permits related to construction will increase by 47%, and that is primarily based on the Drury Hotel development and the restaurant, and the commercial buildings slated to be built at White Avenue and Brentwood Boulevard. We are seeing some increase in recreational-related expenses, primarily due to room rental increases going up by $5, but overall, we're seeing reductions in revenues related to our different recreational programs. Also, we are seeing modest increases in electricity utility taxes. As you all know, we've had extreme summers lately. On the other hand, we've had mild winters, so it seems like there is a trade-off. Under capital improvement, we are projecting a 20% increase in fiscal year 13. This is due to a combination of factors. One, increase in sales tax revenue, and then the federal grant, which the city receives 80%, the federal grant pays 80% of the cost of these projects, namely the Brentwood Pedestrian Transit Improvement Project, the Rose Avenue, and the Litzinger Road Project. So that's why that revenue line item is increasing significantly. We will also receive some revenue from the sale of the reserve pumper, which will help boost this fund, and surplus furniture items that we hope to sell from the old fire department upstairs. The fourth fund is the third is the stormwater and park improvement. We're seeing 47% in this, and this is primarily due to a grant that the city received from the Metropolitan Sewer District, which would help for the clearance and preparation of 2.31 acres of the Executive Walk Apartments. Also in this fund, we have moved the annual Brentwood Manifest Festival from Community Services in the General Fund to the Stormwater and Parks Improvement Fund. We collect $8,000 in revenue and offset that with total expense for the festival is about $65,000, but we receive $8,000 in revenue. Also, we've moved the annual golf tournament, which cost about $24,000, from the Community Services Department to the Stormwater Parks Improvement Fund, if the Board of Aldermen were to direct staff to go forward with planning this event. The last item, which is new, staff presented this to Public Works Committee, which is the reintroduction of the Memorial and Heritage Tree Program. Oftentimes, our residents like to remember loved ones in our different parks, so we work in collaboration with them to allow them to plant trees in our parks in remembrance of their loved ones. We would like to reintroduce this program. Public Works has discussed it, and they have recommended that it be brought forward to the Board of Aldermen, which you all will be discussing tonight. Also, we are bringing forward a new program called the Memorial Bench Program, which would also give residents an alternative. If you would like to put a bench instead of a tree, you have that option. So those are the two new programs that we're introducing that the Board of Aldermen will be discussing tonight. The last fund is the Sewer Lateral Fund. The revenue is derived from the annual assessment made on property owners' real estate bill in the amount of $50, and as I indicated before, this went into effect October of this year. This next slide shows the revenue that we get from sales tax. There is a local sales tax that goes into the general fund of 1%, of which the city keeps 72%, and we share 28% with other municipalities that are not considered point of sale cities, meaning municipalities that have the amount of retail that we do. The other four local option sales tax are the 0.25, which we keep 87.5% of that. We share 12.5. There's the capital improvement sales tax, which is 0.50. We share 15% of that. The city retains 85%. The parks and storm sales tax, 0.50%. The city keeps 100% of that. and then the fire sales tax, which is 0.25, and the city keeps 100% of that, so the total sales tax is 2.50. This next slide is the assessed valuation. And the numbers that are reflected in this slide include residential, commercial, and personal property. I gave thought to taking out residential out of that, but it would skew the chart. But I just wanted to point out that a majority, I'd say maybe 99% of the revenue that is generated from our real estate taxes is paid by commercial, since we do not assess any on residents. And as you look at the slide, you can see that from 2005 to 6, it remained flat, and then it increased from 2006 to 7, and then it slid back down. We saw some loss in the value. And then from 2009 to 10, the loss continued through present day. And what this shows is the ability, first of all, the economy and the crashing of the housing bubble, but also it shows the ability of property owners to contest what the county deems to be the value of their property through the Board of Equalization. And this is the corresponding slide of the real estate and personal property tax, the amount of revenue that is generated for the city. As you can tell, it's zigzagged as far back as 2005. This is the total revenue summary by fund. In 2012, that amount represents 11.1 million. The estimated year end for 2012 is slightly above that. It's 11,157,000. And in 2013, it's 11,356,000. A difference of about 255,000. Then you look at the capital improvement fund. In fiscal 12, it's 2.6 million. Estimated year end for this year is 2.2, and in 2013 it's 3.2 million, and I indicated why that is. Then the storm water and park improvement fund in fiscal year 12, it's 1.8 million. Estimated year end is 2.1, and for fiscal year 13 it's 2.75. This next slide shows revenue by type for all funds. The sales tax has the greatest percentage, about 53.67. I just want to read for you the top 4 sales tax revenue, 2013 revenue by type. So the first one is sales tax. The second is licenses and permits, which is 9.45%. The third is intergovernmental, 9.25, which represents payments that we receive from the city of Rock Hill for dispatching services and the telephone equipment purchase. Then the fourth is utility taxes, which represents 8.81% of that pie. Last one is charges for services, which is fees that we collect from our parks and recreation programs, leagues, public safety services, ice rink rentals, things like that. I just wanted to identify the top 5. Future revenue projections. We expect that the Brentwood Square TIF bonds will be paid off on May 1st, 2014. And then on November 1st, 2014, that fiscal year 15 is wrong, it should be fiscal year 14 as well. The Brentwood Point TIF will also be paid off. Until then, no substantial increases is projected in revenues, at least for all of 13, and not until after the first 2 quarters in fiscal 14. This next slide is similar to the one I showed before. It just shows you what the budget is for 2012 in comparison to 2012 estimated year end, and the proposed budget for 2013 for the three different funds. If you look at general fund, in here we are proposing a 3% merit increase for employees based on performance. Also, the health care and dental insurance premiums has gone up by 3.5%. In fiscal year 13, there will be 2 competitive hiring processes that will be going forward, one in the fire department, the other in parks and recreation. The third item in here is the mosquito fogging proposal that Alderwoman Saunders mentioned before, then that's on the agenda tonight. A neighboring community heard a report that was done on one of the local TV stations this summer about the mosquito fogging program that we have in Brentwood and how our residents are happy with it. So we were approached and we brought that forward to the Public Works Committee. The cost for this program, which would include administrative cost, cost to replace our fogger, is $21,450. And should the Board of Aldermen approve that we go forward with this, we would communicate that to the neighboring community. Third item in here is the capital improvement fiscal year 12 budget in comparison to estimated year end and the fiscal year 13 budget, a difference about $381,000. Then stormwater park improvement and the sewer lateral fund. This is a breakdown of expenditures by department. The police department of this total pie, it represents 21% and 21.13%, followed by CIP, capital improvement, which is 73%, Parks and Recreation, 15.26%, then the Fire Department, 14.73%, then all the other departments. We are not proposing any increase in authorized manpower, and what this slide shows is the total number of personnel from fiscal year 12 through 13. The next several slides reflects what is in our capital improvement budget. And the reason why I show Parks and Rec is because they're a separate fund. And the three, in here is the Memorial Tree and Bench Program. That's in their contractual services. There's $75,000 for stormwater expenses, a request that came forward from the Brentwood Redevelopment Corp. And then the grant that we will receive from the Metropolitan Sewer District, which will be used for demolition and clearance of the 2.31 acres of the Executive Walk apartments. Then a list of all the capital expenses in Parks and Recreation. Replacement of computers and monitors, a bunker cart for park maintenance, a 3/4-ton pickup truck for park maintenance, replacement of the Magic Bus if a grant is awarded to the city, new signage in trails and parks, ADA repairs throughout the parks, resurfacing of the tennis court, and the dash system and overlay of the inline roller rink at Hanley Station. Lastly is the capital improvement program. We have citywide expenses, upgrade of our financial system, the plan review software, miscellaneous repairs to city buildings, equipment, furniture, and the replacement of obsolete computers, remodeling in our court department, which is related to the American with Disabilities Act, and replacement of computer-aided dispatch system in the police department, 10 new patrol rifles and upgrades in flashlights and sights. In the fire department, they are also intending to upgrade a reporting software, the lease purchase of a heavy-duty rescue pumper and related equipment, 2 sets of turnout gear, bailout escape hardware, and related training and maintenance care for the turnout gear, shelving in the basement, storage, equipment repairs, performance maintenance contract for the heart monitor and gas detector. The last several items are related to Public Works. which is the replacement of equipment and vehicles, replacement of stop signs, speed limit signs, posts, the replacement of the city's mosquito fogger, and then streets and sidewalk projects, spot mill and asphalt, crack seal materials, miscellaneous street and sidewalk repairs, and the purchase of recycle carts, recycle bins, and trash dumpsters, which are purchases that the city makes annually. We will be applying for a grant to help offset the cost of the carts and the bins and the dumpsters. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, I would like to just make one comment, and then we'll open up to the public. First of all, thanks to BOA and the staff, and also the Ways and Means, who have, again, met, I believe, 4 times and reviewed a lot of these numbers in here. I would also like to point out, I think the city of Brentwood is actually in a good situation. We do have a balanced budget. We do have a plan in place to increase our reserves over the next few years. And that isn't something that a lot of communities can say today. If you read the newspaper and see, what some other communities are going through, having huge deficits with respect to their general fund and those kinds of things. So overall, Brentwood continues to be in very good shape financially, and we will continue to move forward and have a very bright future. So I think the biggest issue we have before us today is really deciding how to spend some of those funds, which can be a good problem to have. So at this point, we'll open up to the public. If anybody would like to make any comments with respect to the proposed 2013 budget, please come forward and give us your name and address.
Matt Saunders, 2326 Park Ridge. The first thing I want to do is I just want to say thank you for putting this page in here. This is us. We're at the top of the organizational flow chart. Citizens, we're at the top of the organizational flow chart. I think that's important that we're all here. This is our business. This is our company. And these are the people that work for us. I need you to make a motion, Mayor, that this work in my house too, though. Could you do that, please? So, I had some questions in regards to the budget, though. I know from a revenue standpoint, I don't know how we get that money. Is there a way to tell how much comes from small business and how much comes from the larger chains? And I say that because we're projecting revenue in a very unusual year coming in with the federal healthcare mandate. And I guess the question I would ask is, are all our small businesses healthy enough to stay in business? Are we not concerned about any of that revenue? I don't know. I don't know that answer. I just know that it's going to be an unusual year because you're reading stories, front page stories of companies literally that are going to close down just because they can't afford what's going on. And I truly don't know the health of all the small businesses here in Brentwood. So I would tell you, going into 2013, I would go after our revenues in a very conservative basis. And the next thing, too, and I understand we're building up the reserve and all, but I was going through this policy here, and it basically says it's the goal of the city to maintain a 50% margin in that fund. And when it goes under 25%, it's a cause for concern, barring unusual or deliberate circumstances. And it also talks about how when we do fall below that 25%, you're going to work really hard at building that fund back up. But in looking at it, it looks like the plan actually, I think you're taking like 5 or 6 years to build it back up. And I don't think your guys are working hard enough to build that fund back up. It seems like you're missing what you said is part of our Brentwood policy here. In fact, I think it reads, City of Brentwood, Missouri Comprehensive Fund Balance Policy. So I assume you guys put this together. And there's a couple of things in the budgets. I understand we want to give raises. The private sector doesn't have raises. You're taking money from a sector of people. We're not getting raises, but you want to give them out here. I'm not sure that's appropriate when you're taking from a pot of money that's not growing. You guys don't generate revenue. You take revenue, and it's our revenue, And most citizens aren't making more money. In fact, a lot of them are going backwards just with the price of living nowadays. The second thing, and I really have to question this one, do we really have to give $23,000 for people to show up for work? You have attendance bonuses in here. $23,000. We're paying them to come to work? Isn't that what a paycheck's for? I'm sorry, but that just seems ridiculous. I know it's not a lot of money, but my goodness, they have jobs. They're supposed to come and work. If we're having problems getting people to come to work and we have to pay them, we have bigger issues than that. So then the other question I had too is, going back to the general fund, when the additional $825,000 does come online from the Brentwood Square series, we're only adding $401,000 to the reserve, yet you've already planned on spending an additional $609,000. I don't know what that's on. I couldn't figure that one out. And then just one final comment, and Mayor, this is not for you, so please don't listen to this. Gentlemen Alderman, you got to be careful with your facial expressions and with your tone. The way you treat gentlemen at this podium as compared to the females, it's noticeable, okay? Be careful. It is very noticeable. Thank you.
Julie Pozo, I live on St. Clair. I was asked to read this on behalf of Mark and Laura Wilson, who live on Hatton Lane. They couldn't be here tonight. I believe all of you, all the board members were supposed to get this email, but in case you didn't get it, it came late in the day. I'm going to read it. It says, "Dear appointed and elected Brentwood, Missouri officials, we apologize for being unable to attend this evening's meeting. However, we would appreciate it if, as our representatives, you could include our thoughts while considering the adoption of a 2013 city budget. It is clear that Board of Aldermen, Mayor, City Administrator, and residents must work together to make sure our city is fiscally sound for both the immediate and long-term needs of our community. In order to determine the necessities for the city's overall sustainability, we must first educate ourselves as to these benchmarks and then plan to meet these minimum objectives. This summer, it was brought to your attention by colleagues and constituents that the city's current general reserve was a mere 4% of the overall 2012 city budget, which we believe to be a disconcerting deficiency. However, when reviewed with accepted professional guidelines established by the National Advisory Council on State and Local Budgeting and compared with similar communities like Clayton, Kirkwood, Ladue, Maplewood, Richmond Heights, etc., Brentwood's reserve is simply, and I quote unquote, professional nonfeasance. If the current administration chooses to ignore this current financial shortcoming, we contend it could only be viewed as an intentional failure to perform a required obligation to this community. Tonight you are voting on a proposed budget that proposes a 3% merit increase for city employees. We all appreciate the hard work and commitment of every single city employee and applaud their faithful service. However, this administration's responsibility is to make financial decisions on behalf of the citizens of Brentwood. Without proper insight and information, you cannot make educated and prudent fiscal decisions, and the overall health of our city suffers. No one, let me repeat, no one wants our city employees to be compensated unfairly. Our mayor has repeatedly stated that he takes great pride that our city employees are paid at the top end of comparable communities. But how can we possibly make an educated commentary on this topic without a recent compensation survey? The standard practice for the large majority of local, state, and federal government entities, as well as private and public corporations, is to fund similar studies/surveys annually, if not a minimum of biannually. This is because the fractional costs of paying for this compensation data are minimal and are far exceeded by the benefits of having this information. Based upon the last data provided by this administration, It has been at least 6 years since Brentwood completed such a survey. You, as our elected officials, have a fiduciary duty to be fiscally responsible with our tax dollars. How can you possibly profess that approving a 3% increase is acting responsibly on behalf of the citizens of Brentwood? We implore you, please get your priorities in line, address the general reserve shortage, and have a compensation survey completed. That's salary, vacation, sick, insurance, pension, etc. Then, based upon the factual information gathered, make certain all of our city employees are compensated fairly. Please take the responsible necessary steps on the path to building a healthy government, community, and a respect and trust of our leadership. Thanks for your consideration. Respectfully, Mark and Laura Wilson on Hatton Lane here in Brentwood. Thank you.
Karen Smith Harrison. I haven't had a chance to look at the budget that was out there. I'm assuming it's the same budget that we've reviewed in the other previously in the Ways and Means Committee meetings. I have attended all 3 of the Ways and Means Committee meetings, and at those, and if there was a fourth, I apologize, I did not make that one, but I did attend 3 of them. And during those meetings, there were a lot of great suggestions made at how we can modify the budget to realize some savings or to have additional dollars just to allocate differently. And the 3 areas that have come up, or that I think kind of 3 buckets that I heard suggested were, number 1, paying down debt. Number 2, there's new programs out there that several of the city departments would like to, there are new programs of which several of the departments have made suggestions on additional resources that they could use to improve the services at the city. And in listening to them, it's very obvious to me over the last 10 to 20 years that we really have not been investing in our infrastructure. We're doing a lot of catch-up right now between safety equipment for police and fire, computers, copiers. It's obvious, and hopefully once we do catch up, that will free up some of our revenue. But it is important that we, continue to have a routine way to make sure that we are constantly reinvesting in our city's infrastructure. The third area that has been suggested is in the area of reserves, which in my opinion is dangerously low. And as a point of reference, I had asked this in an earlier meeting about the missing Meridian funds and why we took out a loan instead of using our reserves. And at the time, the explanation that was provided was that our money is tied up in CDs, and it would have been more expensive to pull the money out of the CDs, and it was cheaper to take out a loan. And I'm not clear if our general reserves money is tied up in CDs, but it seems to me that is how and why you do use your general reserve fund. And then I kind of looked at our general reserve fund, which is just a little over $400,000. And had we used our general reserve fund, that would have pulled it pretty much down to zero. So, this further emphasizes to me that our reserve fund is dangerously low, and I think others have alluded to it, that we need to make improvements in that area. At the end of the third meeting that I attended, the Ways and Means Committee meeting, and I don't know if there's been additional work and discussions among the aldermen that are on Ways and Means outside of that meeting that I went to, but at the end of that meeting, there was a motion to approve the budget as is and move it on to the full board. And I guess I'm a little unclear as to the process because, there was never any consideration given to all of these additional suggestions for how we could pull some dollars out of that fund to reallocate into one of those other 3 buckets: paying down debt, new programs and services, and then our reserves. I think through all of the misuse that the city has lived through over the last year and a half to 2 years, misuse and misallocation of city funds, which are actually taxpayer funds, we've always been told that our city is fiscally sound, that we can afford it. I'm not so sure that I agree with that. Had we been using those funds and allocating those funds more appropriately into reserves, I don't think our city would be in the shape that it's in. Thank you.
Sherman Lee, Pine Avenue. I've got a question and a comment. The first question is about the reserves, the city reserves, and I don't understand it, but there's a huge range of opinions on this, and different people have different interpretations. But I am curious if we all feel this way. What is a straight up CPA? People who do this for a living, what is their opinion? If someone can, from the Board of Aldermen, can summarize that, and I hope that everyone can give proper weight to that expert opinion. Another question is, in terms of raises, the 3% raise, maybe I missed it in the presentation, but I'd like to know what the recent history is of raises. So over the last, I guess, 3 years, I mean, was it 0%? Was it 3%? And finally, regarding the attendance bonuses, I know it's a small amount, but if I read this correctly, that's an incentive for perfect attendance. And I imagine that, if you couple that with people taking sick days, that they get compensated for not showing up to work because they're sick, that's fine. But if someone can clarify that, that would help with that small issue. Thank you.
Hi, Todd Ingersoll on St. Clair Avenue. I just noticed there's a lot of computer work being proposed in the budget, which I'm all for, being an IT guy. One line item I have particular question about, if somebody could address it, please, is the legislative computer line item where it discusses the iPads and the computer for the mayor. The iPads, I think, is a great idea. However, when you multiply that out, you get, for all of you, 9 times 700 is $6,300, which leaves $12,800 for one computer. So if somebody could just, state the need for that, and maybe that's part of the overall project where you might have a consultancy come in and do that. So if you could shed some light on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. We'll close public comment. I'll try to address a couple of these items the best of my ability. One, with respect to the debt, I think the city is working. We just paid off this year. We made the last payment to our street bond issue that was initiated by the voters back in the late 80s when we redid all of the streets in the city of Brentwood. So we paid off those final bond payments, as well as the park bond issue that was approved by the voters in the early 90s. We made the last payment to that as well. Over the years, a significant part of those payments every year was paid out of general revenue instead of assessing the full amount against the residents. For example, last year we could have assessed up to 18 cents per $100 assessed value against the residents for those bond issues, and I think last year we only did a nickel against the residents, pay the rest of that out of general revenue. So, but we are working to pay down our debt. The only debt we have now is the debt on the COPs of the bonds on the fire and police department, which we refinanced when we did the fire department, and so we have those annual payments on those bonds. With respect to the a lot of the equipment that's being replaced, a lot of those things on an ongoing basis, we have computer purchases and those kinds of things, copy machines. All of those, a lot of that capital expenditures are put into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-year plan. For instance, the fire truck that's being replaced this year, we try to replace the fire truck on an ongoing basis. This will be 10 years since the last one was purchased. We've been planning for this for a while. That fire truck will become our frontline fire truck for at least 10 years. The existing frontline fire truck will go into reserve service, meaning it will be our backup truck for the next 10 years. So in essence, we have that equipment for almost a total of at least 20 years before its useful life is over with, and then we sell that and replace it. So we do get a lot of service out of those vehicles. Matter of fact, the existing Frontline truck that we have right now has more miles on it than the backup fire truck that we have because of the increase in calls that we've had over the last number of years. But so these are the things that are in the planning stage on an ongoing basis, and that includes a lot of our maintenance on our streets and those kind of things as well. We do have some, again, back through the 80s, we redid almost every street in the city of Brentwood with the street bond issue. You get the useful life out of those streets. It's time to start looking at that. The hope was with getting these bonds paid off and as our revenues are increasing over the next few years, that we would be able to start doing a lot of these projects out of general revenue without having to take out more bonds in order to do the projects as we go forward. We did a street survey last year and tried to rank the streets and who needed the work the most, and so we can use that as a guide as we go forward to do a lot of those capital improvements. With respect to the attendance bonus, that was a program, I'm not sure it's been in place as long as I can remember here in the city of Brentwood. I believe the idea is that if an employee is not sick for a quarter, they get a $50 bonus. If they're, again, is that right, $50?
Right.
Okay. A quarter. If they're not sick for an entire year, then that would, they get $200 more, so they would get a total of $400 if they weren't sick for the entire year. One of the reasons that was put in place, again, what I have been told over the years, again, especially in the police and fire areas, it actually costs us more when people are sick because we have to have those people come in and fill those slots, and so we're paying somebody time and a half in order to come in and fill that position. So it is a benefit to the employees. It is something that obviously could come or go. But the idea was that if we have these dedicated employees that come in on those days that they may be marginal, those kinds of things, that's really a benefit to the city because we're not paying that overtime time to fill those positions. We've always tried to treat all of our employees the same way, so that's why we have that for all of our employees, not just our police and fire. Raises last year, I'm not sure about the year before last. It may have been 3% the year before last, but last year the merit raise was 1% for all the employees. I'm trying to think.
Reserves.
The reserves, again, this is something that traditionally or for a long time, we've been kind of at these levels. It goes up throughout the year and it goes down. I think the new policy that was made reference to has not been adopted by the board yet, but it is the guideline that we want to use going forward. And the idea, again, that the city has talked about, we've talked about reserves every year this time of year for the Alderman that have been here. We've talked about it, that it is something that we need to make a conscious effort to increase now that we're getting to the position that we are in the city of Brentwood. Over the next couple of years, as in the presentation by the city administrator, there will be some one-time payments that will be coming to the city when these, for instance, when the Brentwood Point, which is the Deerbrick project TIF, is paid off in 2014. Brentwood Square. I'm sorry, Brentwood Square is paid off. We will have a one-time escrow account payment that right now should be in excess of $825,000. That will come to the city when that TIF is paid off, and the goal was to put that directly into general revenue. It's something we've talked about for a long time. So we need to build that up. We need to adopt this policy that was made reference to tonight. It hasn't been approved by the board yet, but we need to put those things in place so we can build up those reserves and become more stable with respect to those funds as we go forward. But the city has always operated with not a huge reserve. But it's one of the reasons that we have low taxes and those kinds of things. As I said at one meeting, I've always, I believe that it's not appropriate, or I don't want to be the one to tax our residents and assess a property tax just so the city can put money in the bank. we've operated. Most of our revenues comes from sales tax, so we have income coming in all throughout the year to support the city. And so we use that as a basis for making paying our expenses as we go forward. Trying to think if there's any other items in there that I missed that people had general questions about. The computers, I'm not sure what the total cost is. I know the talk was to get iPads for the elected officials to use for their city use. I'm not sure what the other cost of that other computer. That I think is maybe is it? Bud, is it 1 or 2 computers for legislative? That's in the courts, just 1. Okay, but again, those are estimates for those costs. Uh-huh.
It's the service cost for the network.
Oh, it's a service fee for the
Monthly fee.
network in there too. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's where that cost comes from. I think
Your Honor,
yes, Alderman Lay.
Mrs. Smith asked whether or not the money that is currently sitting in reserves, is that liquid capital?
Oh, right.
Or is that in
Yeah.
a restricted fund?
Well, that's 2 different things. They are in restricted funds, but are the funds restricted? No, actually, all of the city's reserves right now are in a money market account because that's the highest interest rate right now. So from that respect, they are liquid. In essence, even if they're in CDs, they're always liquid. The point is you may have to pay a penalty if you cash them in. So they are available if the city needed them at this point. I thought there was one other item. With respect to where our revenues come from with our sales tax. I think that's one of the things that actually has made Brentwood so stable through the ups and downs in the economy. A couple years ago when a lot of the cities like Richmond Heights was taking a 20-plus reduction in their sales tax revenue, which was a big hit to them, we only saw a reduction in our revenues of about 5%. And I think the reason is because we do have a very diverse business base in the city of Brentwood. We have over 700 businesses in Brentwood, big and small. We have a number of different grocery stores, and I'll just make this analogy. When times get tough, people may not shop as often at Deerberg's, and maybe they go to one of the other chains, but they still shop here in Brentwood. We're able to have that diverse business base, which has been made our revenues very consistent, really over these what I would say very difficult economic times for some of the other municipalities around us. We, from that respect, we're very fortunate. But to analyze, I'm sorry, but where that comes from individually, we don't look at that. We would have to get, a sales tax report from the state and look at every business and see how much they are actually turning in individually. Alderman Lay.
Ms. Smith asked a question about motions during the Ways and Means Committee. Karen, I believe you're referring to the letter that I put out to the board members 2 weeks ago with possible budget cuts. A motion was made at the Ways and Means Committee. It did not receive a second, so that discussion was not had to work through it. It is possible to do that this evening when we get to that portion of the agenda.
Okay. Alderman Saunders.
Yes, I guess it was it Sherman, or I'm not certain who asked about the reserve, and I think it's just kind of a rule of thumb. First of all, there's organizations, professional organizations that will say rule of thumb, minimum 25%, and I think most of the surrounding municipalities have a similar, and that's what we're anticipating adopting for our policy, but we haven't yet. And so we're not at that level, and we haven't operated at that level. And my concern is we had kept it about $1.2 million, and last year occurred embezzlement and a legal suit against the Meridian, and we had to dip $700,000 into our reserve. Unforeseen, not that you know what I mean? I mean, it was all of a sudden an emergency, and we're down to $400,000. So easily there could be a tornado or another lawsuit or additional expenses, and that's why you need those reserves, so that right now we're not in a crunch, that we can continue operating as we do, and we're not trying to look for where our money is. And the same, the mayor said that we've seen only like a 5% reduction in our sales. And so again, you wonder, why are our reserves so low? Why is our money so low? Even though we were performing well before the economic times, did we spend every dime? I know we want to tax the residents more, but we could have still put some of that into reserves and built that up. So there is a need to have those reserves. And the perfect example is last year, $700,000 in legal fees. Unanticipated, not budgeted, and that's a big thing. And so, and you never know when those kinds of emergencies are going to pop up, and that's why. As far as the attendance pay, my husband and I, you can tell we don't always talk. I had told the employees that I do not believe in being punitive, and if you have these benefits, unless there's a true emergency and the city really needs the money, I would grandfather in employees that have those benefits. So although he may look at that, as far as the employees that currently receive that benefit, I do believe in grandfathering them in, because I don't believe you should take away unless there was a huge emergency like a tornado or something and we just couldn't pay it. So.
Just going to comment on the reserves as well.
Yes.
As far as our professional thinks about this, what I help people do is asset management of their financial planning. And I agree with Alderman Saunders is saying that there generally is a general rule of some sort of reserve you want. But when I'm working with individuals, I just don't stop there saying, let's go with the academic 101. I find more about their situation and see if there are any particular things that you could deviate from the golden rules. When I look at our situation, the reserve number probably isn't ideal as it stands, but we've got a plan to bring it up, and we have future revenues that I'm sure the surrounding municipalities that have these wonderful reserves don't have that. I mean, our reserve in about an 8-year span is going to go up over 1,000%. I doubt Clayton and these other surrounding areas are going to do that. So the concern I would have is, do we have access to other cash? Because there's going to be about a 2-year frame. We're kind of low. But so the question you ask yourself is, what would happen? Do we have access to other cash? The answer to that question is yes, and that we can borrow from restricted funds as long as we account for it and pay it back. Additionally, if worst came to worst, the city could, borrow with a line of credit and pay for any emergencies. That doesn't mean I would want to do that. It doesn't mean that'd be ideal, but we have more of a floor than just $400,000. It's not like if something happened and we just had to spend $400,000 or the game's over and we don't have any additional funds. There are other situations in which we could tap into cash until we hit 2015, 16, those years, we start becoming flush with cash. So.
Alderman Saunders?
Yes, and I agree with Alderman Toohey. When you're working with an individual, you can lay out the protocol, and then they can decide what kind of risk they want to take, and that's fine because they're deciding that for their money. But here, we're deciding using other people's money, the taxpayers' money. So you have to be ultra conservative. And other communities do have, even Crestwood has, I know they have more than 25%, and I can't remember from the flyer what their percentage is, and they have Crestwood Mall. I mean, I really do think you need to have those money there. Again, like I said, last year is a perfect example, and I think that we need to be responsible, and you have to be ultra conservative when you're using taxpayer dollars or somebody else's dollars. Whereas, the individual can assess what risk level they want to take when you're consulting with them.
Right. Yeah, actually right now, in cash reserves total, what we have in the bank is about $2.2 million. Again, that's divided between the individual funds. So from a cash standpoint, there is cash there, like Alderman Toohey was saying. The other thing I just want to correct, I don't believe that we actually had $700,000 in legal fees last year. I think it was closer to $400,000. Not that that is a good number either, but and some of those were reimbursed to the city, those expenses that we had. Another reason we had to, I wouldn't say dip into reserves, but we had expected a $325,000 in a one-time payment from one of our TIF project, the Brentwood Square project, and a pass-through that was supposed to come in 2011 that we didn't receive until 2012. So that reduced our revenues, but we ended up getting that in 2012. And again, it's an overall picture. but, and a lot of things go into it, but, this is a way, from a reserve standpoint, that the city has operated for a number of years. There has been cash there, not necessarily in the general revenue fund, but we've always had the ability to pay our bills and do it pretty well. Alderwoman Saunders.
Well, in the 2011, we didn't budget to use the pass-through funds anyway, and I thought you were supportive of using that to pay down the bonds so that it does build up the reserve. I thought that's what you said at the last meeting as far as...
No, I was in favor of that, but what I'm saying is, from a number standpoint, it looks like we were $325,000 shorter in 2011, and we were, but we got that money in 2012, and I was in favor of paying the bonds with it because it forced us to save the money.
Wouldn't the bonds have been paid at that November and spent? I mean, wouldn't it have superseded?
No, that was built into, those funds were supposed to be part of the budget in 2011. They were shown as a revenue.
We have it as zero in 2011.
That shows that nothing came in, but we budgeted to receive the money.
Right. It was in the budget as a revenue source in 2011. So that was one of the reasons we were a little bit short at the end of the year. So,
Right.
Alderman
Are you
Kramer.
finished? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I'm done.
Okay. I just wanted to add from my perspective as the new Ways and Means Chairman for this year, I guess a different angle of insight regarding our reserves and our budget and our plan for this year. First, I wanted to respond to some of the residents' concerns, and I understand the concerns. You know, one of the things that the city ideally could do better going forward is trying to explain things better or more thoroughly. The situation regarding the reserve is one that I have been concerned about for some time. And now that I've had a chance to get much, much closer, some would say closer than I wanted to be, I've had a chance to understand and learn the way things are put together, the way the city operates, the way the fund balances work from an entirely different level. It's a lot of work, as the members of our Ways and Means Committee can attest. This was not exactly on our list of fun things to go through, and we have hours and hours and hours of work. Some of our residents have actually been here. Some of them are here tonight that have gone through some of the topics. We do not have a reserve policy as of right now. The one that was quoted by one of the residents here this evening has not been adopted. Actually, the motion that came out of the Ways and Means Committee for the budget with the positive recommendation was for the budget only. One of the members that's on the Ways and Means Committee, along with myself and some others, agreed that the reserve policy itself does need some more debate, does need some more vetting, does need some more, I guess, review. And so we have not gone through exactly how that's going to end up on a recommendation to the full board. That being said, we have the professional who's unable to be here this evening, who did make a recommendation for us in terms of our reserve levels on the 15 to 17% as an initial target, and I think we can get there actually very, very quickly. One of the things for those who care to look at the budget more closely, on page 19, if you look at the proposed 2013 as a follow-up to the estimated 2012, this is a few lines down from the top, once again on page 19. You're looking, once again, estimated 2012. There's a number there, 476,000 and change, and then you see next year it jumps up to 6. What we've got is $136,000 in change that's built in as a reserve increase to that general fund unbalanced, unassigned, that's going to be a reserve increaser going forward without us doing anything but just adopting the budget as it is. And I want to make sure that all the residents are aware that we do have, in one regard, brand new staff that is extremely proficient at her position, that has gone through the budget diligently, made recommendations to us that I hope we get a chance to follow. Additionally, we have, as a result of our Brentwood Square TIF reimbursement, approximately another $215,000 that we can add to our reserve if the board so chooses. So there will be monies going into the reserve, and that's without touching that 3% merit increase. And I want to touch on that for a second. Kind of a misnomer in the press and also in some of the comments tonight. Yes, we did model in a proposed 3%, but the actual expenditures won't be known until probably early next year after those reviews take place. That money has to be earned. We're not going to give that out. This is not a candy store. That money has to be earned. We're serious about watching over the public's money, and it has to be reviewed. Each and every one of those employees who we value, and we want to make sure they know they're appreciated, has to earn that. It could be 1%, could be 0.5%, it could be nothing, or they could earn all the way up to 3%. So we just want to let you know that this is not a flat 3% across the board raise. That may have happened in the past, and if it did, I'm not happy about that at all. But this year, we are going to scrutinize that, and you can count on that. We also had a survey for salaries that was conducted by our brand new HR director, Julie Eccles, who did a fine job. Someone one of the residents may have mentioned that we haven't had a survey for a long time. I think it may have been part of the letter. We did have a survey. It was an awesome survey, and it helped us to realize once again that yes, we do have some well-paid professionals who work for the city of Brentwood. They're valued, they're paid, they're compensated for their services in well fashion that goes along with their benefits, and I think they know that. That being said, if they do perform above and beyond, and the city administrator and department heads feel that they've earned a raise, well, they'll get a raise. We do watch those numbers, and we're going to find out after those reviews take place exactly what happened. And finally, the additional considerations during the Ways and Means Committee meetings, there were proposals made by Alderman Leahy and some others regarding the possibility of making changes to the budget, additional considerations for cuts. I think it was the feeling of more than one member on the Ways and Means Committee that we're not in favor of going back into the existing employees, existing benefits, taking away their sick time, taking away their vacation time, taking away their other earned benefits, and those going forward. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it hurts morale. If you'd seen the employees that were here when we had the meetings every single time, you could feel the tension in the air. Nobody wants to have, money is a very polarizing thing, and it's very personal and upsetting to a lot of different people for different reasons. And I don't think it's a good idea, and that's one of the reasons why Alderman Leahy said he did not get a second to his motion on some of the cuts that he proposed. But they were discussed, and I did go through as the chairman almost line by line with our staff to discuss those items. And just recapping one of the items that the mayor did cover, and that is the equipment that was proposed as part of the budget for the aldermen to use. It's going to save paper if it does go through, but there is a service that's part of that program. That's a wireless service, and in some cases a network service that's part of the equipment that totals out that amount. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Saunders?
Yes. You do see, if you look, as Alderman Kramer said, on page 19, that the reserves will increase, like 2012, 476,000, and then 2013, 613, and 697. But for the 10 years prior to that, before 2011, we kept the reserves at $1.2 million. So, and even that level is lower than I think that the policy that we'll implement. And I would disagree. I would have to verify Tammy Alsup's suggestion of 15% to 17%. She may have dated information from
Gina.
No, it was Tammy Alsup that gave that information as far as...
I got it from Gina. You may have gotten it from Tammy.
Well,
I got it
she
from Gina.
publicly said that when we asked at the Ways and Means, Tammy, what is a good recommendation, rule of thumb? And she said, the GFOA said 15 to 17%. And I think she might have had dated information, but we can verify that. But I think, you know, again, the new policy presented by Gina, our new finance director, who's not here, she's putting a minimum of 25,000. So I think at this time to increase spending is irresponsible. It's just not fiscally responsible when your reserves are that low, and you should try to. I mean, if the years prior, almost 9 years prior to 2011, you kept it at $1.2 million, to inch along at this low level, in my opinion, is just not responsible. And then two, as far as Alderman Leahy's, Alderman Kramer chose to pick out certain things out of his thing, but with Alderman Leahy, the proposal was all or nothing. We had to adopt if I misunderstood Alderman Leahy, then you can clarify, please. But I asked, are we going to look at it individually? And you said that, unless we use the pilot's money, it was kind of an all or nothing. But I had started for my questions to go section by section, because that's how you kind of look for where you can cut, and that's how an accountant thinks. And you just make sure that you justify each of the expenditures. And when I began my process, Alderman Kramer said we need to address bigger issues while we had the chief of police and the fire chief there. And so we had to spend that entire meeting talking about a fire truck and the additional 3 police officers. So it really, it moves forward to this level. But now this is here where all the aldermen are engaged. These are the votes that count, and these are where the questions will be asked.
It was Tammy.
Okay.
Okay. Just one comment with respect to the last 10 years. Obviously, we've gotten to this point, and this is something that we've talked about, and I've already said that a number of times we've talked about this. But keep in mind, over that period of time, we didn't have any real significant increases in revenue either. We didn't have a lot of stuff where we were seeing the benefits of that revenue. The first project, which started in 1994 probably, opened in 96, 93. The Promenade was just paid off in 2010. So again, over that period of time, we weren't increasing revenues, but we weren't also our reserves, but we weren't seeing huge increases in our revenue as well. The plan was, when we got to this point, when these projects started to be paid off, that we would be able to do that now. And again, these we've talked about for a number of years, and it's something that we need to do going forward. Alderman Saunders.
The Promenade paid off in 2009, and we went from $21,600,000 approximately to $23,247,000. It was a big bump in revenue then.
Yeah, it was April of 2009, right? So we didn't really start seeing the benefit. Okay, but that's fine. The other thing, again, we tried, as I said before, we try to keep our taxes as low as we can for our residents. We don't have any residential utility taxes either. So that when we talk about utility taxes and property taxes, those are coming from our commercial businesses, not from our residents. And again, those are revenue sources that we opt not to implement, or we have not over the years. So, okay. If we want to move on to introduction and reading and passage of bills, if I could have a motion.
Your Honor.
We haven't
I'm
had
sorry.
the public hearing. I mean, the
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, no, we had our public
number
hearing.
7.
That was just on the
7A.
budget, Your
Oh,
Honor.
I'm sorry. Now we got to do. Okay, all right. Before we do the
close
budget.
the
Okay.
hearing, or?
I did close the hearing already.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So.
Somebody else did.
Okay.
F1.
F1, Brentwood Square TIF reimbursement. This is what we were just talking about, in that we have an opportunity now with the pass-through from the Brentwood Square TIF to put some of those additional revenues that we weren't as higher than we had anticipated this year, in the amount of 200 and, Alderman Kramer?
215,889.03.
And so the recommendation of Ways and Means was to put that money, into our reserve account for general revenue. Any questions? Alderman Leahy?
I'd like the board to seriously consider taking that money, the 215,000 plus, and paying down the bonds as we've done on other projects. It's an option that we can look at in order to accomplish such a task, because we have presented a budget using that money as part of the revenue stream for the 2013 revenue. I've presented to the board the 3-page letter from 2 weeks ago showing where we can save that much money in expenditures so that we would still stay with a balanced budget. It has been pointed out to me that the pay scales for the elected officials under state statute may not be changed until an election year has happened for that seat. That doing that prior to the election would be in violation of state statute. So that pulls 28,000 of the projected savings out of my formula. but I get us relatively close to the 215. This is what I'd like to have.
One, just
Go ahead.
kind of clarify something real quick. This 215 that we're talking about is, because I was actually confused too, I think, from this discussion we had at the last meeting. This 215,000 is additional revenue this year that we just received. We were only anticipating getting 300 and something thousand in the pass-through from Brentwood Square. The actual amount that we got was 500 and something. So this is additional revenue that came in this year. This is not in next year's budget.
That's correct.
Okay, this is money we have right now that we're making a recommendation that we just put it into the reserves account. Okay, it's not, and that, again, I was a little confused after the last meeting too because of what you were talking about. So,
Well, the total of the surplus is $502,889, Alderman Lays, so that you know.
but 300 of that was actually in the budget for this year.
287.
Or 287.
To use 300.
Right.
So
So-
we opted not to, as you said last meeting, that you always would prefer to pay down the bonds because it's a good investment and it gives us more cash at the end. But in this particular case, last year, we opted not to. We opted to use 300,000 instead of.
Well, no, I didn't say always. I said, but in the past, when we were anticipating a pass-through, we use it as in our budgets. Okay, when we're anticipating what that pass-through would be, we have a couple of times. We didn't get these pass-throughs every year. It's just as the Brentwood Square started getting to the sales level that they're at now. But last year when we didn't get it in 2000.
I believe the last
11.
time the city used these funds to pay down the debt was in 2008. So this only really happened the first several years of this project.
See, my understanding, Bull, and maybe I have this wrong, but you told us that 2008 to 2010, we used the surplus to pay down the bonds.
No, I didn't say that.
All right, yeah, I was misunderstanding, because, again, so, but just as a clarification, or at least the way I remember it. So that was in the budget, and those were some of the revenue that we didn't receive in 2011, which again made us look shorter because we didn't receive that $325,000 until 2012. And then at that point, last May, the motion was made to use that $325,000 to pay down debt,
Right.
to pay down the bonds, which we did in this November, which again, it saves us about $30,000 in interest. We'll get that money back in 2014. That goes, because it'll go to the back end of that, and it'll end up coming back to us in that part of that escrow money. We're already going to get $500,000. Now we're going to get $825,000 at the end of that. And again, that money can go then directly right into reserves. So when you asked, was I in favor of it last year? After I got the information, yes, I was, because it forced us to save the money instead of spending it. Alderman or Saunders.
Thank you. The concern I have with this is when we get the $200,000 or approximate, at the Ways and Means meeting, Alderman Kramer stated that he was not in favor of a 3% merit raise. However, when he found out about this additional $200,000 going to reserves, that he would then support the 3% merit raise.
That's correct.
Then it's not really going to reserves if you're spending it, because you were not going to approve the budget with a 3% raise, but with this $200,000 you will. So you're really spending it. And that's the problem I have is, we're better off paying down the bonds with the $200,000 because we know it will go to reserves then. Whereas with the $200,000 being put in reserves, it seems to get spent.
Alderman Kramer.
Your Honor, we have a recommendation from our staff member, Gina Jarvis, who, by the way, agreed with Tammy Alsup's number, which is the staff member that I took the number from. We have a recommendation from October the 24th to take the remaining 2012 Brentwood Square TIF reimbursement, $215,889.03, and place it into the general fund reserve, and that's my motion.
Is there a second? Okay, second. And again, I think the difference is, and well, I'm not going to speak for Alderman Kramer, but I think the logic is that this is money we have now. We've been talking about our reserves. It will be placed in there. It will show up on the balance sheet or on our income and expense reports. It will show our reserves going up by that amount. And so if the reserves are reduced, then we'll see it. But it's not going into next year's budget to pay for raises.
Correct.
Okay, that's coming out of next year's revenues as we go forward.
I agree, but Alderman Kramer did not support a raise until he learned of this surplus revenue. That was your comment.
Let me be clear,
Okay.
just because I don't want to be misquoted. When the topic of reserves was part of the discussion during the Ways and Means Committee meeting, at the time when we had our initial meeting, I don't think that anybody in the room was completely clear that the 2012 Brentwood Square TIF reimbursement was going to result in this much general fund possibility. I wasn't, and I feel like there was more than just me in the room that felt that way. We had the other item, which was the up to 3% possibility for merit increases for the employees. At that time, to me, that was the only possible way to take some or all of that money and put it towards the reserves. Was I excited about that? No. I was anguished about it. I discussed my anguish. I very much value the employees that work for the city, and I very much want to make sure that they feel we do appreciate them and we do value them. That being said, there's no way to make everybody happy, and we do have low reserves, which has been discussed. And there is a possibility that we may get some more money next year. There's a very good possibility, just as happened for 2012, we might have to amend the budget. Some things may change, but for this particular budget going in for an approval, at that juncture, before learning of $215,000 was clear for us to be able to put on the table towards the reserve, that was the first place I was going to look. As well, you may remember, I admonished all the staff members at the time, if they could please look back into every line item that they had available to them for additional cuts. They did so. They came back and repeated what Bola rightly responded to, which was that was a part of their initial charge by her, was to make sure that it was as clean and bare bones as it possibly could be. We don't want to have fluff in the budgets. Ideally, we would be able to reward our employees if they earn it. In this particular case, the budget as it was presented and balanced did include a modeled up to 3% budget amount. If that's available, and we have $215,000 plus another $136 going into our reserves, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I guess my question was just, did you indicate to me at one point that you did not support the increase? Did
Just
you
under the
indicate-
context that I just gave to you.
Okay. Alderman Lay.
I'd like to vote no against the motion on the table. Not that I'm against putting things into the reserves, but I would seriously like to get the bonds paid off quicker, because in the long run, we get a better return on our investment by doing so. So not that I don't think building the reserves is important, but I think we can build the reserves by using more of the money to cut the bonds down quicker.
Right. And
So I'd vote no on the motion.
And again, just so, if we use this to pay down the bonds on, for instance, Brentwood Square, which is where this came from, so if we use this to pay down those bonds, as with the additional money that we used to pay down bonds last year, it didn't shorten the length of the bonds, okay? The last payment is still going to be in November of
May.
2014.
For Brentwood Square, it's May 1st.
May.
Okay, May. Well, okay, May of 2014. So it wasn't going to shorten the length of the bond. It was going to save us a little bit of the interest.
Yes.
Okay. And so, and I think, so I just wanted to clarify that. But right now, I think, again, since we did that, and there's been a big discussion about not having enough cash or reserves, that the idea was that we would take this money instead of paying down the bonds, then we have it here. Sure, we're going to get it back in 2014, but now we at least have those reserves in the bank that if we needed that cash for that emergency that everybody keeps talking about. So,
Interesting philosophies.
okay, right. So I just, again, but you're right. I mean, if we did pay it down, we would save a little bit of interest, but not any time.
More than
Alderwoman Saunders.
you'd save more interest than if you had taken that $200,000 and left it in the money market. You would make considerably more interest, because I went over that with Stiefel Nicholas.
Oh,
And
absolutely,
you'd have more
right.
ending cash in that account at the
Oh, yeah.
time the bond's paid
I-
off.
I think it would be, between now and then, the total of last year's and this year's, if you put that money in there, and then when it's paid off, we would have saved, again, if you had put it all in there, this right now, and what we did last year, we would have saved 30,000. With what we did last year, I think, or,
He said
40.
40.
okay.
40
maybe
was
it
last
30
year's
if-
payment
right.
alone.
Okay. Well, no, but that's a total interest at the end is what we're saving. That's what he
Yes,
said.
yes,
right.
I'm sorry.
So, but again,
It's
I
still
mean.
only 2
it's-
years, and I
it's-
mean, you wouldn't make that in an investment. so.
There's no doubt about that when
it
interest rates on
definitely will-
anything is less than 1% and your bonds are probably 4.25%, yes, you're going to pay more in interest on the bonds.
You
I
do have a
agree
first and
100%.
second on the motion, Pat.
Okay, we'll call for the question in order. The motion was made to put the excess $215,000 into our current reserve account, general revenue reserve account. Roll call, please.
Alderwoman Saunders.
No.
Alderwoman Bannister.
No.
Alderman Leahy.
No.
Alderman Tui.
Yes.
Alderman Kramer.
Yes.
Alderman Robertson.
Yes.
Alderman Nguyen.
Yes.
Alderman Harper.
No.
Yes.
So Mayor Kelly is yes.
Next item.
Okay. Next is the, just an update on the Brentwood Eager TDD. This is the TDD that's being established for the Drury project. And I think they're submitting their course of the paper to form their TDD. And do you want to, is there anything else or?
Ordinarily, this would be an administrative action that would be taken by the city attorney, Frank Albrecht. We just felt that it was necessary to inform the Board of Aldermen that the city has received the petition and that we would be responding in the affirmative, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of a loaded question. Basically, we would be responding to individual allegations, the majority of which the responses would be to the effect that we know of no legal reason why the district could not be created.
Right.
But neither admitting or denying their specific allegations.
Yeah. And they're establishing the TDD, and this was part of the redevelopment agreement that we would support the TDD in its establishment. So, Alderwoman Saunders.
Yes. City Attorney Albrecht, could you please explain to me just a little bit, because I don't quite get how these TDDs, you know, you need the city to form them, and yet the city's not involved with them. So could you please just explain?
The city's a necessary party by virtue of being located within the district, as is in this case St. Louis County and Missouri Highway Department. And in fact, I believe I just received an answer from Missouri Highway Department very much along the similar lines I described. But we are a necessary party just by virtue of our interest of being located within the district.
Could it go forward without the city?
I suppose the city could not file an answer and it would go forward by default, but I would never recommend that.
So this is, it's formed by the court. If you could just explain it a little bit to me. I mean,
I
not file an
can't-
answer.
I honestly cannot explain to you all the technicalities of the TDD district, other than the city is a necessary party. The developer has filed its petition based upon the development state statute and the redevelopment agreement.
If this Board of Aldermen didn't approve that redevelopment agreement, maybe Mr. Geppert can help here. If we didn't
Well, no,
approve.
keep the
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand it, and since City Attorney Albrecht.
I believe the
may
city
not-
would still be a necessary party.
right.
Okay, the city would be a necessary
The-
part. So we should have access to their documents and that, I mean, as a necessary part, shouldn't we?
I guess it depends upon what documents you're referring to.
Okay.
When they establish a TDD, and I will use this one as an example, they will become a basically a taxing district, but they will be a corporation within the state of Missouri. They will set up a corporation, and the name, I believe, this one will be called Brentwood Eager TDD, Transportation Development District. And then under that state statute, they have certain abilities once they're approved by the courts. They have to be get their final approval by the courts, and that's what they've petitioned for right now, and that's what we're submitting our responses to. We in the redevelopment agreement for this project, after it went through those processes, we did agree that we would basically support their transportation development district. What they're doing is assessing against their patrons a $1 service charge for each one of their rooms per night. So, and then they will use that to pay back those, the bonds that were issued. Actually, they're not even issuing bonds. They're going to have notes that the developer's going to hold to reimburse them for those expenditures that they use from the Transportation Development District. So it's a separate corporation within the boundaries of the city of Brentwood, and that's why we have to respond to the courts on their petition to form it.
Can I ask, how are the officers picked for this corporation? Because I noticed, like in past ones, like the Strassner TDD had Chris C. Mayer, and I believe you were part of that. How are the officers selected for the TDD?
Well, in that instance, okay, as an example, when jury forms their TDD, they will establish their officers in their corporation. The Strassner Road Transportation Development District, that was formed with that was formed by St. Louis County Metropolitan's, St. Louis County, Metro, City of Brentwood. I'm trying to think, is there another taxi?
Zoo and History?
No, they didn't have representatives on the board. So I think it was formed with those three entities in order to form that district.
Okay.
So when that was formed, then we met, set up the corporation, and then the officers were picked by representatives from each. I think when it was established, St. Louis County had 2 representatives, City of Brentwood had, the city administrator wasn't in a voting position on that board. I think there was a secretary
Right.
of
Yes,
the board
it was.
in that instance. And so each entity within there had a certain amount of people on the board, and then they were voted who was serving in what position.
Okay,
So.
thank you.
Okay, all right. So that was just an update on that. Next is the Memorial Heritage Tree and Bench Program.
I talked a little bit about this during my presentation. This is a reintroduction of the Memorial Heritage Tree Program. It allows residents who would like to remember their loved ones to plant trees in our parks. We have a brochure that's on the table that outlines the different parks that residents could plant trees in. Also, part of this program is also the Heritage Bench Program that also offers an option to remember loved ones by putting benches in different parks. In the brochure, it outlines the different types of trees that we could plant: bur oak, purple leaf plum, white pine, and then the different parks where those trees can be planted: Brentwood Park, Gloria Rogers Parkway, Hanley Park, Memorial Park, Oak Tree Park, and Broughton Park.
And again, if a resident opted that they wanted to do this, they would be paying for that, and then the city would, install a tree and those kinds of things. So it's a kind of a wash from an expense. Yeah, a
The
revenue.
cost for the tree is about $250, and the bench is about $900.
Right. So it's totally optional, and the city would be reimbursed if somebody opted to do that. So, Alderman Lee.
Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion that the city approve this program and put it back into the Parks and Recreational agendas.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay. Any other discussion? Anybody have any issues? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Oh, wow.
Thank you. That was one that we kind of had an informal program that we've done in the past, and they're just ratifying that and putting it in written form, make it a little bit more official. Next item is the mosquito fogging contract, and just a little bit further explanation. We've been approached by, well, in the past, we used to have St. Louis County do our mosquitoes, and we contracted with them to provide that service for us. We weren't very happy with that service. They came out about once a month. If you needed a special spraying, it cost more. They got to it when they got to it, kind of thing. So I'm trying to think, is Jim here?
Yes.
Jim, how many years ago did we start doing our own? 10. So we bought our own sprayer. We do it weekly now in the city of Brentwood. If we have a problem area, they can come by. They'll make those special passes when need be. We have it for when we have events down at the park and those kinds of things. So it's actually been very good, even though we still have mosquitoes. I'm not saying there are mosquitoes. And we were approached by Richmond Heights because I think they contract with St. Louis County, and they're not happy with it either. They would pay us for providing that service to them. It would cover our administrative costs. It would also help reimburse the cost of purchasing some new equipment to help do that for them. And then they would, again, pay us for that. I think it's I haven't talked to Ways and Means about it, but I think it's a good program. I think it's good that we would be doing something with another municipality. I think as a government entity, we need to look to start doing those kinds of things. In the future, there may be a program that they have that we may be able to take advantage of. One that comes to mind is they have leaf vacuums and we don't, for providing that services to our residents that want to pay for that service. Maybe they could do that.
Great.
So there's some things we can do to try to, again, provide better service to our residents, and this, again, would be revenue neutral for us in that it would cover all of our costs and those kinds of things as we go forward. So I'll open it up for discussion because I think you talked about it at Public Works, I guess. Okay. So.
I'd move for adoption, Your Honor.
And second? Second. Okay. Any discussion? Alderman Saunders?
Is it possible that we could make the exchange with the LEAF program this year, right now? I mean, have we, so that they'll provide LEAF?
Their budget starts July 1st.
Okay, so we don't know that. I mean, I think the question that was asked here, and I think Alderman Leahy, that maybe you had asked this, is whether we should be getting in the business of providing services for other communities. And the question is whether or not, start using our staff for other communities and so forth, instead of making sure that we're focused just on our residents and making sure that we take care of their concerns. And we were going to do a little bit more research on this. It was brought to, and then Jim Nominson was going to go back and talk with Richmond Heights about educating them, and they weren't interested in doing the fogging themselves. But then all of a sudden it was in the budget and we didn't have a whole lot of conversation. Do you have any thoughts on that, Alderman Leahy?
I'm still not in favor of the city expanding its services to other municipalities when we have programs here within the city that at times we have trouble getting taken care of and have to contract out. I do understand that in the proposal that's being submitted, our cost and our equipment are being updated and covered by Richmond Heights. I just don't think it's the best way for us to proceed with city personnel outside the city of Brentwood's realm. So I'm not sold on going this route. I do understand the need for the service.
Just want to comment. I think shared services with our fellow municipalities is the way to go and the way to save money. We keep hearing, where'd the money go, where'd the money go? We're 8,000 people and we're trying to be a full-service city. That's where the problems have been. And if we can do shared services with Richmond Heights or Clayton or other surrounding municipalities, that's how we're going to save money. But we're 8,000 residents. Just driving down Manchester the other day, past Kirkwood, their population is 28,000. They can do these sorts of things. But imagine if we spread some of our overhead costs over 28,000 people with our surrounding communities. That's how we're going to save money.
Don't you see that increasing our overhead, increasing our cost in order to spread it out over? I mean, or are you saying that we should? I mean, I would think that we would be the recipient of the shared, since they have bigger communities, that we would take advantage of theirs.
You'll develop relationships about sharing services. Additionally, every service has fixed and variable cost. So you're going to reduce your fixed costs by spreading it out with their district. I mean, we'll incur some variable costs, but I think our fixed costs will be reduced because we're sharing, because we're giving them a service.
How quickly then do you have to replace the capital equipment? I wish we kind of had a conversation where maybe we had tried on a trial base, like you do our leaf and we'll do the mosquito, and see how that relationship kind of.
See, I think, and that was going to be my point, is that opens the door for those other discussions. And again, somebody's got to take the first step and be the one to be willing to talk and take that initiative to work on these programs together, and when they see how well that works, then they may be willing to do something for us. And again, as we go forward, that's, I think, where we're going to save in the long run.
Mayor?
So, Alderman Nguyen.
Well, there's another thing to consider. If we kill all those mosquitoes over in Rock Hill, they don't know boundary lines. So if they're coming over in Brentwood, if we get them before they get across the boundary, I think we're also killing off some of those we don't want over in Brentwood. So it's a thought.
Excellent point, Alderman Nguyen.
All right.
Your Honor?
Yes.
May I ask Jim a technical question?
Sure.
Real quick?
Jim?
Hey, Jim, I was not able to be at the meeting, and apparently I haven't seen that part of the minutes. There was a need for a change of the apparatus or replacement. Can you go through what that's about?
The piece of equipment we have now is 10 years old.
Okay.
And so we're budgeting in our capital budget to replace it in 2013. But in this proposal, that we're giving to Richmond Heights, we're including $2,000 a year to help replace that sooner, since we'll be using it twice as much. So the next time we would replace it would be in 5 years.
Will the new proposed model be better in coverage or any other
I think it'd be pretty
improvement?
much the same piece of equipment.
Okay.
I think the only difference is it will be remote control instead of wired.
Okay. Thank you.
Alderman Sanders.
Jim, do you recommend moving forward with this program?
Sure, we can staff it.
You can staff, you feel good about it? Thank you.
So we had a first and a second to move forward the agreement with Richmond Heights. Is that correct? Roll call, please.
Alderwoman Saunders?
Yes.
Alderwoman Bannister?
Yes.
Alderman Leahy?
I'll yield, yes.
Alderman Tui?
Yes.
Alderman Kramer?
Yes.
Alderman Robertson?
Yes.
Alderman Nguyen?
Yes.
Alderman Harper?
Yes.
Kill them.
You do have that in the minutes, right? I just want to make sure.
I yield. Did that come across, Kevin?
It's those little things that, anyway, just teasing.
Noted.
Okay.
Seldomly done.
If we can have a motion for the first and second readings of bills for the first reading of bill number 5714 and the first and second reading of bill number 5715.
So moved, Your Honor.
Are you skipping the hearing of matters of public interest?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. I'm sorry about that. I forgot we had the public hearing right. Item 7, hear of any matters of public interest upon any person present. If anybody would like to address the Board of Aldermen, please come forward and give us your name and address. Sorry about that.
Hi, Matt Saunders, 2326 Park Ridge. I've heard your arguments, I've heard your reasons and your explanations for what you want to do with the budget. Again, refer to your organizational chart. As my boss would say to me, no, what you're saying is not acceptable. Okay? Very tough economic times. Money is probably the number 5 or 6 reason people stay somewhere. It starts with their boss, it starts with their environment. We're in very difficult economic times. I'm sorry, now is not the time for raises. If you go through and simply divide the amount of income you're paying those people by the number of people working in those areas, they're doing okay. Okay? It's just a really tough time right now, especially with a very uncertain 2013. The attendance bonuses for the police and firefighters, I completely understand. But $22,600 for other departments, again, we give them a paycheck to show up for work. If you have issues with people showing up for work, I'll tell you what they do in the real world. We fire them and we find someone who's going to show up for work. That's real world mentality. You guys work for us. You're running a business, okay? We're not a charity. We're our business. This is what you guys are responsible for doing. The other thing people keep saying is we want the reserve and we want it now. When it went below 25%, it was supposed to be a concern of yours. I don't see that concern because in 2009, it was 11.25%, and then we let it drop to 4.25. Where's the concern? You guys, we want this money that you guys want to hand out to make people happy. We didn't elect you to make people happy. We elected you to run a business. Nowhere in the report did we say make people happy. That's our money you're throwing around. It's not yours. That's our money. Okay? So again, we are telling you we want the reserve and we want it moved up now. not later. We want it now. And when we get that reserve built, then come back. Give them bonuses for staying through these trying times. Work something out so they get more in 2017 for staying. Put some golden handcuffs on them. Do something like that. Take that 3%. Put it out there when the reserves are higher. Keep them here. Make them happy if that's what you need to do. But now is not the time. Use your brains. Come up with something financially responsible. Do what the residents are telling you to do. Remember, the organizational chart. Do what the residents are telling you to do, and then we can worry about some of these other things and taking care of people when we have the finances. That's the responsible thing to do. Thank you.
Susan Ryan, Pine Avenue. This is just something I thought I remember, so I just want you to check it out. When I was reading the code, I thought I specifically remember reading something about not being allowed to do a shared service. And I could be totally off the top of my head because I was at that meeting where they talked about the fogging, and then beyond that I was reading in the code, and I remember thinking very specifically the code may have mentioned something that we couldn't do this. So if you're going to approve it, make certain it's in the code. I have absolutely no clue what I was reading because I was reading a lot. But it did spark my mind, and I said it seemed that it wasn't something we could do. So double check on that.
Thanks.
Can we ask, is that in the code?
Karen Smith Harrison. I had some questions about the TDD that was discussed earlier, and I know that the city attorney said he can't explain the details, but I'm wondering who can explain the details on TDDs if people have questions. And my particular ones involve, and again, we probably haven't seen the actual documents, but it's my understanding that these things are political subdivisions, not corporations. I think the other TDDs are political subdivisions. And when you all approve whatever document it is that you approve for the TDD, there's usually a project list in there, and I'm wondering if in any way, shape, or form that can be influenced, because I think, in the past we've talked about making sure that, like with Brentwood Square, that Strassner Road intake or driveway or whatever that's going in, there's problems there. And if we can make sure that some of these TDD funds are used for those sorts of things, also if it can be used for crime, I think maybe somebody's told me that we can't use it for that. But I've been trying to do some research on that, and I think you can use it for security. And then my last question in regards to that is the parking agreement. Have we seen that, or will that be part of this TDD document when that comes forward? And then my last question in regards to the budget. In the legislative department, there is a line item for employee benefits, and I'm wondering what those are for. If you could explain that, because there's salaries for the elected officials, P&Z board, and salaries for board of adjustment. And I didn't think any of those areas carried any benefits anymore, so I was just wondering what those employee benefits were for. Thank you.
Denise Sebbing, I live on Porter, and in reference to the shared services, I do agree we're a community of only 8,000 people, and I think it's worth investigating using shared services. But by the same token, I have been up here months after months of meetings talking about things that aren't being done in Brentwood. And I think we need to look at the things that need to be done in Brentwood before we're worried about taking care of other communities. For instance, on the commercial property that's bordering a subdivision that I've been asking for since the summertime about the shrubs. I know, Ellen, thank you. You've told me that you've started the process to have the commercial property owner, the tower owner, the radio tower owner, removing those dead shrubs. There's at least 8 of those dead shrubs and have been since the middle of summer. The trees have been removed, but there's still 8 tree stumps that are sitting there. And now we're getting into winter, so we're going to be looking at that for 6 months. So, before we start worrying about other communities, maybe we better worry about our own communities. Secondly, as far as the iPads, while that may be a great suggestion, since I can't even get responses from my emails, having iPads is a waste of money as far as me as a citizen. For any board officials or even our administrators. As far as the budget, we talked about a $700,000 in legal fees. Whatever happened to the proposal that we were going to look about seeing if the bond that we had on Mr. Seemeyer could help reimburse some of that $700,000 in legal fees? I remember being at several meetings back at the Aldermanic meeting, and it went into private session that I remember leaving here at 11:30, and it still hadn't been decided what was happening. So I'd like an update as to what's going to happen with that. I think there were several, at least $100,000 right there that could be put back into the budget. If he was bonded, an insurance company should be able to cover that. And then finally, the TD officers, you mentioned that some of the officers there's entities from different communities. Do the officers on that receive any additional compensation for being on those boards? Thank you.
William Nolan on York Drive. Mr. Toohey, you threw out a figure earlier, 1,000% increase in the reserves. And I don't recall the number of years from now that would be.
Comment? Well, let's wait till you're done.
Well,
Okay.
I
I'm
can't
sorry.
have the dialogue as I ask the question because I have a few other questions, but it was going to be dependent upon his response to some extent.
Well, this is usually public comment, not dialogue, otherwise.
Okay. Secondly, I thought somebody said something about a $24,000 expenditure for a golf tournament. What is that all about? I mean, if we're talking about merit increases or no merit increases, why does that expenditure have to come about? I know you said last year there was a 1% merit increase. What was it 2 or 3 years ago, if you have those figures available? Times are tough for a lot of people, and I think there is. Mr. Kramer wants to show the employees that they're appreciated. That's meritorious, but I think if Mr. Toohey's figure is right of 1,000% increase in 7 or 8 years, I think there is merit to the proposal that that merit increase be limited below 3%, maybe 1% to 2%, with the idea of some kind of a future reward for people that are loyal and do merit an increase, and that they're just part of, hey, like everybody else right now, times are tough, and we can't be as grandiose as we would like to be if the funds were there. There's no doubt about it. I've changed my habits, and I'm trying to instill that into my sons, that you want to be prepared for the unknown. And we don't know whether or not those attorney's fees were $700,000 or $400,000. That's still a good kick. And while everybody in a kumbaya moment would like to tell all the employees of the city of Brentwood, we appreciate you and we want to show you that, I think they can understand that, hey, we can put off something, or we can live with a 1.5% merit increase now, particularly if you are able to project a proposal that when things are flush and the money is in here and there's no screw-ups with the TIF income coming in 14 or whenever, I think that's how you ought to phrase it. So I think the 3% is excessive.
Thank you.
Todd Ingersoll, St. Clair. Alderman Kramer, thanks for itemizing the, I think it was the legislative computer line item. However, it raised a couple more, or one more concern that I had. You did mention the idea of wireless being provided with the iPads. My calculations, back there, the minimum wireless monthly fee would be $30. If you multiply that times 12 months, it's $360 per alderman. If you multiply that times 9 aldermen, it's $40 a month. So just want to make sure everybody realizes that. So
There are 12 iPads. These 9.
Okay, so I'm sure you could take that. So we're looking minimum an extra $3,200. I'm sure that's probably in that line item. But when you put in the budget that it's just 4 iPads to reduce cost, when you're providing the whole board free internet access, I think that should be provided as in the line item as well. Thank you.
Hi, Randy Delo, 9134 Pine Avenue. I just had a couple comments, and I'm kind of new to all this. So one comment I'd like to make is actually in reference to the iPads. Has any kind of a study been made, or has anybody really looked at this closely to really see if there is any kind of a time-saving factor involved, and will it reduce any type of cost? And I am concerned about the actual cost of the iPads themselves and all the service. The idea of the attendance incentive, I was real surprised to hear that. As I mentioned, I'm kind of new. My personal incentive with my work is if I'm in attendance, I get to keep my job. But the other thought might be, has any thought been given to an incentive for budget cut ideas, ways to reduce the budget cost? Maybe that would be a better incentive for the actual employees. If I'm looking at any of this correctly, reserve increase, I hear expressed a concern that if you're at a certain level, there's a very strong incentive to increase the reserves. But if I'm reading this correctly, the increase for next year is actually less than 1%. The increase to the following year is only 1.5%. It doesn't seem like there's a real concern there to actually increase that. And the merit increase, I'm not in favor of that just because of the way the economy is today. But if you are thinking about it seriously, is there a real process, a definitive process as far as how the increase will be given? Do they meet certain levels, certain requirements? Thank you.
Thanks.
Sherman Lee, Pine Avenue. Regarding the iPads, I don't know if I've heard any of the discussion beforehand, but I know one of the factors in considering technology like this is that you will clearly save paper. This is just from tonight for you guys. It also, I think there's a component where you're saving on some of the labor costs and not cussing at the copier, printer, et cetera. So that should all be factored in. Regarding the merit increases, I think Alderman Kramer gave an excellent summary regarding. Thank you for responding to my previous question about reserves. If the expected increases in revenues throughout 2013, 2014, 2015, if it's a high probability, I think it's a good thing to then consider the merit increases. While we're considering 3%, and as Alderman Kramer pointed out, they have to be earned, and there is a process. It's not just handed out. There is an opportunity cost to not giving the merit increases, and that would be lower morale, and we might have departures, and with departures, you have to hire new staff, and then you have training, you have lower productivity for the short term. I just want to say that I am a citizen. I think Brentwood is a great city to live in. And a big part of that are the city workers, the people who come by and they'll pick up stuff like my yard waste, even if it's not my appointed day of Wednesday. They are absolutely friendly, and I think that the city's budget should reflect that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll close public comment. Try to touch on a couple of these we hadn't already talked to. With respect to the TDD, it is a political or a sub taxing district, but it is a corporation established through state statutes. We have not seen the final parking agreement yet. I think the benefits is the loggers.
In legislative, that is Social Security,
Oh, Social Security,
Medicare,
okay.
and loggers.
Right. Okay. And again, with respect to, for instance, a reissue by the Sebbings property, I think we're going to have a quick presentation on our code enforcement in a little while. But, when we give notice to a property owner, that it takes a little while sometimes to get things done and accomplished. We try to work with them to give them the time to do that. This summer, with respect to trees and shrubs, I know just in our own parks we had hundreds of bushes and trees and shrubs that died, and I think we're still catching up with it with respect to that. So, yeah, things just unfortunately just don't happen overnight when we're trying to get all of those things done. With respect to Chris Seemeyer, I will say again, when that settlement was done through the courts, the city was reimbursed for all the legal fees that were with respect to his case. That was part of the agreement and settlement, and we were reimbursed for all the funds that he took from the city. We've said that 100 times. And again, the majority of the legal fees last year had to do with a lawsuit that was filed against the city with respect to the Meridian project, and that's where the majority of those legal fees went to. We did enter into a settlement agreement with them, and that was done through the courts, and so again, that is hopefully we're out of that lawsuit now.
Mayor Kelly?
I'm sorry?
It has been repeated at the meeting tonight that the total legal fees was $700,000. That is incorrect.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was closer to $400,000.
That's correct.
Again, I
It
don't
was
like that
about
number either.
$400,000.
But again, it was an unusual year last year. With respect to the golf tournament, that would be again, going forward, if the city opts to have that, would be revenue neutral and cost neutral. We did not have a golf tournament this year. We opted not to do it, and the board can decide whether they want to have a golf tournament next year. But the idea would be that it would cover its own cost, but we have the money in the budget. Let me see. I think with respect to the employees, these are merit raises. Each employee will receive an annual review, and that'll be watched over with our HR director. That'll be, again, put in the personnel files just like every other operation, and their raise will be based on their performance this past year. And it'll be going through that, if they earn one, right. So I think that was...
A question was asked about who is on the board of directors of the TDD. State statutes requires that they be property owners or representatives. Where is it? Property owners or representatives of that district.
Right. So, for instance, when we establish one with St. Louis County and Brentwood and Metro, all of those, again, and that's spelled out in the corporate documents that are established when they set up the corporation in the state, how that board is going to be set. Well, that's how we did it. It could have been 3, right? Alderman Saunders?
Susan Ryan asked about the code. Ellen, maybe you can answer that as far as we're not allowed to do shared services. I would hope that maybe we would have come across that in the recodification.
I don't think that's...
That's not in the code.
I think, yeah, I don't
that
think
was
that's...
We don't
some
think
of the
that's in the
document you
code.
read.
Yeah.
Okay, and then,
No.
excuse me, and then could you explain the loggers, the legislative employee benefits, just because I don't think some people understand loggers.
All of the elected officials are in the state retirement plan, been in since the early 90s.
Early 1960s.
Well, that's when the ordinance was
Ordinance
established,
was established.
right? Yeah. And so the elected officials are automatically in the state retirement plan, which is the same plan we have for the rest of the employees. So.
But I didn't sign, so I'm not a participant of that. And then I had one other question. Oh, as far as Denise was saying with the surety bond, I know Alderman Harper and myself are planning to meet with City Attorney Albrecht to see whether there's additional, another claim or that possibly we could do under that surety bond. So he was going to meet with us to educate us on that particular avenue. So we haven't exhausted that by any means. We just need to get a little bit more educated.
All right. Alderman.
For the questions addressed to me, as far as the 1,000% increase, do you have this schedule, or do you see it? Okay, I can show it to you afterwards. But basically, 2012 we have reserved about 476,000. 2019 we're projecting 4.2 million. That's 8 years. If you go 9 years, then we're expecting over 5 million. So then you're talking like almost 1,100% increase.
Yeah, he doesn't have the book.
So I'll show it to you after the meeting. Additionally, as far as the raises surrounded around reducing costs that has been discussed, it's just right now we're set at a high level. You know, there's a lot of mechanics that go into that. I think that's something we could look into next year. I want to comment on the iPads. That's something I suggested to Bull. I guess I wish I didn't use the word iPad and use the word tablet. That's what I was trying to emphasize. That we can reduce some costs, but I think it's important we get something technological. Again, you know, as Sherman Lee pointed out, this is just, you know, tonight's and all this paperwork. I think too, as far as the connectivity standpoint, getting the wireless, that's not definitely something that's coming. We also talked about to reduce cost, the ways and means, having just a hotspot while we're in here, so we can send documents back and forth. And you know, sometimes we hear people say, "Boy, I had asked for this," and you know, Bull that says, "Well, I sent it to you." Well, then she could tell them when. We could pull it up in the email, look up, and verify the facts. So there is an efficiency benefit to that as well. And that's all I had to say.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor.
Alderman Robertson.
I've just got to mention on the iPad issue, I didn't know about that, but I've had one for my business for 2 years. I won't be needing one, so
Right.
I won't be participating in that respect.
Okay.
I just say, who knows?
And I need paper, so
Yeah.
I have to write my notes in the margin.
Well, I can't even see my page. I have so many notes. Okay, now we'll move on to introduction, reading, and passage of bills. If I could have a motion for the first reading of bill number 5714 and the first and second readings of bill number 5715.
So moved, Your Honor.
And second. Second, please.
Second.
Thank you. This is just for the readings of the bills. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. If I could have first reading of bill number 5714, please.
First reading, Bill Number 5714 by title only, an ordinance adopting the annual budget for the City of Brentwood for the calendar year 2013 and providing for the effective date of this ordinance.
Okay. Synopsis, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Bill 5714 is for a bill that adopts the annual budget for the City of Brentwood for the fiscal year coming soon, starting January 1st and running through December 31st, 2013. The Ways and Means Committee has reviewed the budget, its recommendations contained within, and a motion was made for it to be forwarded in its entirety without the policy for the reserve to the Board of Aldermen as submitted this evening. The total revenue for the budget of all funds is $17,503,495. Total expenditures forecast for the budget is $17,058,991.
Okay. Alderman Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. And with the board's indulgence, I would like to go back to my letter of 2 weeks ago. I think it'd be easiest and quickest if I go through quickly line by line and make individual motions, Your Honor, and see if there is or is not support to carry a discussion.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would you mind taking a comment?
I will yield to a question.
You don't have to, but we were kind of going to go through section by section. Do you know what I mean? And say, you know, can we cut here? Can we cut here? And all of those cuts could go to the reserve. Would that mess you? I mean, is that will we hit on all of yours, or is that? It's your decision.
I didn't prepare to do it that way.
Okay.
This is what I have submitted to everybody for review, so that the intent was at least to give you time to look at it and go from there.
Please, thank you. Sorry.
All right. The first line item that I would like to make a motion to the board is to remove the 3% raise and make it a 1% raise, merit raise for the employees during review. I'll make a motion to amend the budget on the merit raises to be not to exceed a 1%.
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion?
Well, are we going to have another meeting specifically about the budget? Or?
Yeah, we'll be on the next agenda as well. Right.
Right. Which we can vote at that time for any
Right.
amendments that we want.
Right. Okay.
He wants to
Well,
make this amendment now.
Can I ask them, what is going to be the purpose of these motions? Do you see what I mean? Are we going to then go back through these emotions
Right.
again at the second meeting? I kind of would like a little bit of direction so that we're not just chasing our tail.
Right now, my motions are intending to find things that I have in the budget that I believe that the city can defer or eliminate the cost and reduce the expenditure line. The intent is to maintain a same balanced budget, that the revenues exceed the expenditures.
We already have.
The excess funds that we end up having at the end of next year can be placed in the reserves if the board so desires, or they may be reallocated to other expenditures as they come up through the year. Right now, I'm just looking to eliminate some costs in the budget and still maintain a balanced budget for the year 2013. That's all I'm looking to do.
Well, let me just.
Go ahead.
Because the budget is balanced.
Budget is balanced, and I'm looking to continue making further cuts that will increase that revenue to expenditure differential even wider, so that you end up having much more liquid capital throughout the year.
For reserves.
If it wants to go to the reserves, or if this board, if something comes up that we need to put money somewhere else for another project, at least you've got funds without having to work that into touching reserves. Right now, I'm just looking to cut some of the cost in the proposed budget.
But if you cut the costs, and so let's say you save $100,000, where are you going to put that?
That will stay
the
in
budget?
general fund.
Okay. As increasing.
Yeah.
Reserve. Okay.
Reserves.
All right.
No, because, okay, but.
Well, it has to go somewhere.
Well,
can't just say-
but if you commit it immediately to go to reserves, then you're saying that you can't touch it during the year unless we actually have an emergency. And this board hasn't defined what an emergency is to touch the reserves. If I leave it
that's
in
not
general
accurate.
funds, it stays there as just, we don't end up overspending the revenues. It's just there in general funds.
But if you're going under your scenario, you won't have a balanced budget. You'll have more revenue coming in than expenses.
I think that's a good thing.
Well, I know, but we have to present a balanced budget.
Balanced budget is that you do not overspend the revenues that come into the city. That's the definition of being balanced. It does not say that I have to be $100,000 or
But
$5,000
usually those
differential.
reserves or the excess goes into reserves is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Alderman
just
Kramer.
Point of clarification, Alderman Leahy, my esteemed Alderman Leahy, points out that his belief is that the monies in the general fund reserve are for emergency use only. I don't think that's accurate.
Okay.
May I suggest this, and how many items do you have?
I believe about 21.
I have items as well, Your Honor.
And so,
Well, here's what I may suggest, and you can do it or not, but why don't you just read all your items, let us take it under advisement, and then make those final decisions and motions at our next meeting?
Well, that's why I gave out the letter 2 weeks ago, Your Honor, so that we can move in that direction.
But now that we're
what
having
I do
second
not want,
reading-
yeah, what I'm trying not to do is make it an all or nothing proposition to work through.
Okay.
All right.
I know, but I'm saying, instead of making all those motions tonight, why don't you read those items so everybody knows what they are? You can read them to the public, and then we can make the motions as you see fit at the next meeting.
If the board would like us to do it that way, I will yield to that procedure.
Because I think it gives the board more time to analyze what you're saying and maybe try to understand where you're trying to go with it, too.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Alderman Saunders?
I just would like to say that, I think the intention with going through the budget, at least my intention will be that the items that I do look at is that if we decide as a board to cut them, that they will go to the reserves. That's what I'm looking at. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just even if we, may not vote tonight, if there could still be some discussion on the item so we kind of know where we stand. Would that be okay?
I guess.
So the first item that I'm asking us to consider is the merit raise for the
We
year.
have a
Okay, yeah,
first
we have
and a
actually,
second.
do you want to remove your motion, your first and your second? Or,
Are you just gonna- Well, Mayor, I think the thing is, I fear we're gonna do this and then we're gonna do it over. Pardon? I fear we're gonna do this and then we're gonna do it again, in other words.
right.
Exactly.
Okay, well
Yeah.
then, all right, so we have a motion, we have a first and second with respect to the raise, reducing the raise to a 1% merit raise. Any other discussion?
My point of discussion is I'm not going to vote for that until more discussion happens, so I'm going to vote no against it at this moment at least.
Okay.
The reduction. I don't want to set it in stone tonight.
Right. I think that's a concern. I mean, I think, again, with some of these things, you know, we're hearing from some of the people that are here tonight, but, you know, and no disrespect to people who've gotten up here and talked, but, you know, these are things that have been talked about for almost 2 months at a number of Ways and Means meetings and publicly, and, you know, and I'm not going to speak for the rest of the board, but I haven't had any other phone calls or comments with respect to that. And I think it may be a good opportunity for us to get information from some other constituents before you make that decision. So, but that's my opinion. Alderman Harper.
I would just say that wasn't the original intent when the agenda was sent. It was first and second reading, so we were going to have that discussion tonight and make items. So I don't know what additional information we're going to need. I think everyone's reviewed. I know I've reviewed the budget, looked at things, and this is my first opportunity to make comments on certain things because I wasn't a part of Ways and Means and couldn't make all the meetings.
Right. Well, and I appreciate it, and again, I don't disagree with that, but I thought that was the reason to have a second reading, or move the second reading to the next meeting as well.
I thought that was to vote on the final budget, so we would discuss tonight and say what, as a board, decide should be in or out, and then at the next meeting, say this is the budget based on what was voted on tonight, if anything.
Yeah, whatever. Okay.
Your Honor.
Alderman Kramer.
If I could remind us all that in the budget that is proposed this evening, there is a $136,000 modeled-in contribution to the reserves for next year if everything falls into place, along with now another $215,000 that is set for the reserve for next year, along with whatever monies are saved from the merit increases that are not handed out. I've gotten every indication from staff that the opportunity for the workers to earn or show that they've earned those merit increases would be cut off at the knees if we just give them 1% when we've been presented a budget that is balanced, actually has extra money built in for reserve contributions. Now we've added to that. And I think that what we're doing by saying 1% maximum is we're telling the staff that they're not capable of measuring our talent within our city's system by telling them 1% is the max, and that's all you're allowed to give out, when we have it built in for up to 3%. We have a, by the way, not too inconsequently, we have a survey that was provided to us by our staff that tallies the amounts of increases that are potential across the board in other municipalities, not discounting also St. Louis County. Among those are names that we all know in the 2% and 3% range. What they have done in many regards is also include COLA allowances or cost of living allowances, which we're not doing. And in addition, a lot of those are flat increases. We're not doing that either. We're allowing the staff to review on a case-by-case basis the merit, if they've earned it, to get the reserve. And I think that what we're not doing in this particular case is realizing, although the reserve number right now, only in the unrestricted general fund balance, is not a happy number for many, we're going to be increasing that by almost $300,000, $350,000 before year end next year that otherwise would not have gone there. And we've got the TIF reimbursement, or the TIF overage from Brentwood Square coming again, that we only have $350 modeled in next year. If we do at least as good next year as we're doing this year, and by the way, the majority of our TIF revenues and our sales taxes come from the larger developments, not from the smaller stores. So I think there's every indication that we're going to be able to add even more to the reserve than what's on this model for next year. Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Saunders.
Again, Alderman Kramer, you referred to the 212,000 going into the reserves as though that means since the reserves are better, indicating that it's spendable. And, you know, also the thing is you likened us to other cities getting 2 to 3%, but the other cities' reserves are considerably higher than ours. Even with that, we still wouldn't be at a respectable level. So I don't think, it's not that we're saying that the employees aren't valuable, that they aren't doing an excellent job. It's saying we are in tough economic times and we pull together. And when those things happen that you say, the 200,000 more from the pilot's money and the bonds pay off, we'll reward our employees, the ones that stay. But right now, we have always been generous. I think if you go back and look at the past raises, last year, 7.5% our medical costs increased, and this year it's proposed at 3%. And we did not pass any of that cost through to the employee. And that in itself is a raise. So the problem is right now, we have to do this as being fiscally responsible to the residents, to the city, and our reserves are not adequate. Those other cities have adequate reserves. And then the St. Louis County Police, they were telling me 2.5% is what they gave, but the news said they did not get a raise since 2008. So the circumstances are different, and we don't have the reserves that we should. And now that's from prior management decisions. You keep saying, and you said you've never felt the reserves were enough, but you didn't have the votes. Well, now you've got a board that's going to help you get there.
Mayor,
Yes.
we're going to be here till, who knows when.
Right.
And I think if we're going to have another night of this is all going to be me, because time we come back, somebody's going to change something else again. If we're going to have another night, why keep going here tonight? Just do it the next time. That's what I feel. You got 21
Well, that's
things.
what I was saying. Go ahead and
21
read
things here, and I know he's got some, and
Right.
and we're going to sit here arguing each one, 21 more to go, maybe 30 to go. I think it would be forever. If we're going to do that, if we're going to do it tonight and do it, I don't mind staying until real late. But if all we're going to do is just go home and come back and do the same thing over, I don't see that.
Right. And again, normally, these are the things that are discussed at the committee level to try to bring something to the board. Now, it's not to say you can't make changes, but not to the extent of 21 changes, those kinds of things on your annual budget. Because those are the working sessions. And I know the last Ways and Means meeting was 4 hours. And I think, again, Alderman Lee tried to discuss some of these things or may have suggested them, but didn't get much
support
for them. So, but again, I think we either need to, read your changes or your suggestions and then vote on them on the next meeting, or we just need to get going because otherwise we're going to be here till 2 o'clock in the morning. So, it's up to,
I think I agree with Alderman Harper, motion by motion. I mean, either the intent of this board is we're going to cut and put in reserves, or we're going to just spend the budget as it is. And you'll know as that falls out. Don't you think? And then if we only get halfway through, then we've got the next to finish it up and then make the motion to adopt the budget with the changes. I mean.
that's fine. Okay, we have a first and second with respect to the raises, limiting that to a 1% raise. Roll call.
Alderwoman Saunders?
Yes.
Alderwoman Bannister?
No.
Alderman Leahy?
Yes.
Alderman Toohey?
No.
Alderman Kramer?
No.
Alderman Robertson?
No.
Alderman Nguyen?
No.
Alderman Harper?
Yes.
Okay, next.
All right.
Didn't pass.
I'm going to drop 6 items off the list because they all dealt with the same things, and so the votes aren't there to pass them. There's no sense in working through those.
Save some time.
How's it? Keep working it down. The city offers a car allowance, and in this case, it is to 2 personnel, if I'm not mistaken, Bola. Correct me if my facts are wrong, if you would. I would like to recommend to the board that instead of being a $350 a month stipend, that we do as an IRS reimbursement based on actual miles driven to work with.
Okay, is there a second?
The next item is the city has a policy of paying for travel by doing a per diem advance payment. I would like the city to change the policy to go to actual cost incurred. And whereas if a employee or traveler does not have a credit card to be able to cover the expenses to bring in actual expense, that they can be given an advance payment in which their expenses will be drawn against and the balance be refunded to the city.
Hello.
I'll just give clarification for that. Per diems are better because from an accountant's standpoint, you may have, Ruth Chris taste, or you may have McDonald's, and that way everyone's getting the same, and therefore you can spend over. So from an accounting standpoint, per diems are better because you don't have to bring in subjectiveness as to what's a reasonable amount for dinner or lunch. So I would leave those as is.
The next item is the actual fleet of cars that the city has in its capital. I would like to see if we can reduce that the cars be the police car and the fire chief's car, and that the other cars be left here at the city hall for daily use, and that the city policy on travel with these cars be limited to 150 miles within radius within the city of Brentwood versus the 8 states that border the state of Missouri.
Your Honor, just for point of clarification, Alderman Leahy, are you looking at item G?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you, when you're reading these off, are you including, you're not seeming to read everything that's in here. Are you including everything that's in here, or you're not including everything that's in here?
Some of those were eliminated since the votes weren't there on the first
Okay.
arrangement. There was no sense in doing votes for the same type of items if the support's not
And
there
again,
to pass them.
for clarification, what you're saying is that the assistant chief in both the police and fire department would not be able to take their emergency vehicles home with them.
No, those, the police chief and the fire chief, yes. The rest of the
I said the
assistant chiefs,
assistant.
yes, no.
So when they're on call and then have to get called to a fire or an emergency, they would have to come back here to the fire department, get their vehicle with their equipment in it, and then go to a fire?
That, if that would be what the board would support me with, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
I'm trying to reduce the number of vehicles that the city is maintaining.
Okay.
The next item. Go ahead.
When you get a minute, could we have a 5-minute bathroom break when you get a chance?
I like that
No.
idea.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'll second
we'll
that.
Take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. Not a bad idea.
I don't know if we're going to get it all done in 5 minutes, though.
On one of them.
On one of them.
I don't need it.
Actually, I'm going to ask for the board's,
No fun party for you.
we'll call the meeting back to order. I'm going to ask the board's consideration to move the excise commissioner item G up so we can go ahead and do those
Let him go home.
items so the excise commissioner can go make sure everything's safe in the city of Brentwood with respect to our liquor establishment. So,
So we can get a drink after this
George,
meeting.
we have 3 temporary liquor licenses, I believe.
Yes, we do, Mayor, and thank you for
Or
allowing me.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to do this. I have a feeling you're going to be here late tonight. 3 on the agenda tonight. The first one is Hunan Walk. As you know, they were closed for a number of months. They're now reopened, and they are applying for a liquor license to serve beer, wine, and alcohol Monday through Saturday. On Sunday, they're applying for a license for Sunday consumption, but only for beer and wine. Everything's in order. They've paid the fees.
Okay. You have any questions?
We're missing Alderman Harper.
We'll have to, we're just.
Okay, that's fine.
Any other, if I have a motion to approve the liquor license for Hunan Walk,
So moved, Your Honor.
in second?
Second.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Yes.
This, George, you say they're under new ownership? or-
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
This is for our liquor license for Hunan Walk, Alderman Harper.
sorry?
This is for our liquor license for Hunan Wok. Sorry, we moved the excise commissioner up. Roll call, please.
Alderwoman Saunders.
Yes.
Alderwoman Bannister.
Yes.
Alderman Leahy.
Yes.
Alderman Tui.
Yes.
Alderman Kramer.
Yes.
Alderman Robertson.
Yes.
Alderman Nguyen.
Yes.
Alderman Harper.
I'll abstain because I didn't hear the discussion.
Sorry. George, next one?
Yeah, the next one is a company immersed by Atlas, 8836 Hanley Industrial Court. They're asking for a temporary liquor license for a Christmas party on December the 14th from 6 to 10:30. Their
questions?
application is in order.
Motion?
Motion to approve it.
And second?
Second.
And roll call, please.
Alderwoman Saunders.
Yes.
Alderwoman Bannister.
Yes.
Alderman Leahy.
Yes.
Alderman Tui.
Yes.
Alderman Kramer.
Yes.
Alderman Robertson.
Yes.
Alderman Nguyen.
No.
Alderman Harper.
Yes.
Thank you.
The third application is from a gentleman that's near and dear to all of us, a gentleman by the name of Andy Leahy.
Point of order, I'll withdraw from this action.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He is asking for a temporary liquor license for a family Christmas party to be held at the rec center on 12/22 from 3 to 10 p.m.
Okay.
I don't know, he can get pretty outrageous.
Yeah, Your Honor,
Yes.
are we considered members of the family?
I was thinking he'd,
Depends on how we finish tonight, I guess.
I was thinking he'd combine his Ward 3 meeting with that party, but,
Okay.
okay.
So we have a temporary liquor license request for an event at the rec center.
Right.
So moved.
And second?
Second, Your Honor.
Roll call.
Alderwoman Saunders.
Yes.
Alderwoman Bannister.
Yes.
Alderman Tui.
Against better judgment, yes.
Alderman Kramer.
Absolutely.
Alderman Robertson.
Yes.
Alderman Nguyen.
Yes.
Alderman Harper.
I'll yield to a yes.
Oh, my.
Yield to a yes.
And wait for your invitation. Okay. Alderman Leahy.
Thank you, Your Honor. For those reading along, I'm on Section H. There is an account on page 39, account number 6210. This is the annual marketing campaign of $35,000. I would like to remove this item from the expenditures and suggest that the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce pick up this advertisement.
Yeah, we are not doing that this year, so if anybody wants to second that.
I'll second it.
I'll second it. We're not doing that campaign, the holiday campaign, in 2012 because we don't have the funds, or?
No,
but-
just because I didn't think people wanted it. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I definitely didn't want it to be done by the same party, but I'll second that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, motion carries. Okay.
Okay. The account on page 48, we've talked with the fire department, we're going to skip over. The account on page 49 for ambulance billing, we've talked with both the staff and with the fire department. This is not possible to be brought in-house. On page 68 of the budget is the Park and Rec Superintendent position. I am suggesting that the board consider delay filling this position in the calendar year 2013. On page 72 is the charitable golf tournament for $24,000 out of the Parks Department. I am recommending to the board that this event not happen in the year 2013.
I'll second that.
Okay. Roll
Question,
call.
Your Honor.
Oh, Alderman.
Would you reiterate what that was about?
Page 72 is the charitable golf tournament that the Brentwood Charitable Golf Tournament coming out of the Parks and Recreation Department at $24,000. I'm recommending that the city not host the event this year.
Your Honor, I had a...
Alderman Kramer.
Just a point of clarification on that. You mentioned earlier, and it bears reiteration, that that is a revenue-neutral item. Originally, we did talk about asking the folks at the Chamber of Commerce if they wouldn't mind taking it up, and I think they chose not to or did
They
not
don't have
want
the
to do it.
staff, right?
I agree with Alderman Leahy that it's worth taking a look at, but if it's revenue neutral, and we wouldn't do it unless it was revenue neutral, then,
Or revenue positive.
or revenue positive. Does Alderman Leahy have a problem with it if it's revenue neutral?
The dilemma is that we do have a historical of 3 years where it was revenue negative to work with. We did have it run by the Recs Department and the Police Department. They did, I believe, clear $10,000 net profit when they did it. We did not host the event last year. What I'm looking for is just taking some cost out of the budget. I don't believe that it's worth the risk of running the event this year.
Yeah, Mayor?
Yes.
I'm not a golfer, so I never played there.
Yeah.
But I think it would be better to wait another year after all the things that's gone on.
That's fine,
I
yeah.
think it would be better to wait. And maybe next year, if everybody kind of wants to have it again, don't
Yeah.
ask me to play, but.
I think it was a park staff that actually said that they would be able to run that and run it efficiently, but that's fine, no big deal.
Your Honor, we could still, if it's okay, still extend the invitation to the Chamber of Commerce if they wanted to pick up the ball.
Yeah, but again, they just don't have the staff.
I understand.
Alderman Saunders.
We extended it last year, and I think
Right.
that was at the suggestion of Julie Pozo, a resident, which was excellent. But again, yes, I agree with the mayor, they didn't have the staff. But regardless, revenue neutral, the golf tournament takes a lot of time, a lot of staff time, and people have said, like, when it's going on right before, even residents that call in, it's hard to get a hold of staff. And at the time, and when we do this, the purpose was for charitable, to donate to charities, and that's really not our goal. So would it be to be making money for the city? Is that what you're suggesting that we do? The
I'm
call?
not suggesting anything.
Well, I mean, I'm just wondering what would have been the purpose now? Are we, because we're really raising for charity isn't really a best practice. Do you know what I mean? So,
Well, no, I mean, that's not necessarily true. Again, if that's the way the city wanted to run it, they could do that. I think what we had talked about doing in the past was, going forward, would be having the parks or the committee accept applications and then have them pick what the charity would be and try to spread it around a little bit. Again, if that's, as long as it's not, again, costing the city money, as long as only the proceeds are going to that charity, you could still have a charity golf tournament.
That's right.
I would still check that with the auditor. I still don't think that's a best practice because, which charity and so forth. I just don't think that's a good practice for a city to take in. But anyway, I think the consensus was that not next year. So.
We can certainly take a vote.
Okay. Did we have a first and second? Roll call. This is to eliminate the golf tournament from the budget.
I have a quick question for Paula. Do you know, Alderman Saunders mentioned this, the staff hours. Does that affect the revenue neutral allocation?
A
Are you
majority
allocating-
of the people that work on this aren't even in this building. So when you say calls, which building were you referring to? Calls are unanswered.
Well, when it was brought up last year, I mean, it was at the Ways and Means when the budget was done. There were people in the audience, and there was staff that said it did take a lot of time. I mean, I can't clarify. I wasn't even an alderman then, but I remember. But that, I think, I don't know, did Public Works help with some of the setup at all, Jim? I can't
Oh, yeah.
remember.
Mhm. Staff worked
So,
on
I mean, it went out beyond planning, Parks and Rec. And so.
Public Works did the setup, and I think last year even the chief of police was instrumental in organizing it.
Well, the year, and then
Right.
last year, like I said, when the chief said it was a lot of work, he did not want to handle it anymore.
Right.
So there was this discussion that it's a lot of work and additional
Right.
staff get pulled in.
But Parks and Rec did come back and said that they would take the lead, as they have been taking the lead on the Madden Fest. But we do what the Board of Aldermen wants
that's
us to
fine.
do.
Okay.
Okay.
So the motion is to remove it?
Right.
To remove it.
Okay.
Okay. Roll call.
Alderman Saunders.
We don't have Alderman Harper.
Oh, why don't
He stepped out. He stepped out.
Okay.
He said he needed to step out.
Right.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, let's have a little more discussion, I guess, or
Well,
move
no,
to
we
another
can vote.
item.
I can, right.
He's not going to vote.
Okay, yes?
Alderwoman Manister.
Yes.
Alderman Leahy.
Yes.
Alderman Tui.
No.
Alderman Kramer.
Oh, boy. Yes.
Alderman Robertson?
Yes.
Alderman Nguyen?
Yes.
Okay.
Have an extra
On
$59,000.
page- Bola, on page 83 of the budget
There's a letter.
is
Yeah.
where we make reference to hiring the extra staff that I do not believe they were on the unfunded, unfunded request, the new personnel for
Housing.
housing.
What was the question?
Page 83.
It's not in
Yeah.
the budget.
But yet on account 6195, you've got them in the budget. That's what I'm reading.
Question about that too.
I did too.
Yeah. I would really like to confirm because they were on the unfunded list and yet they've got them in here. And I'm hoping that it's just,
Is that the narrative?
yes, ma'am, page
That
83.
we identified that we needed to go back and clean up the narrative. The money's not in the budget.
Thank you. That takes care of that one. Page,
No, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
wait.
Further discussion. I'll yield.
So there's no, there's just 3 current right now. There's no 1.5 proposed new positions. Okay.
Okay, well, then page 82, the salaries full-time personnel service, it says this line item provides funds for 6 full-time planning and development staff.
We just missed that. We just missed it. And we've identified some errors in the narrative that we need to go back and clean up once we have an approval from the board in terms of adopting the budget.
Well, those are big changes in the narrative. I mean, it would be helpful to have the aldermen have those narrative because we're thinking, okay, did 6 get in there?
Well, it
And-
seems like there's going to be more changes, and we wanted to avoid killing more trees.
Well, I mean, just in a list, have you noticed many changes in the narrative? What if we missed some
There
of
aren't that
them?
many.
No.
There's just the 2 that Alderman Leahy identified.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Page 110, account 6335 is the $19,000 for the iPads and a computer for the elected officials. I would like to recommend to the board that the expense for the iPads be deferred out of the budget for 2013.
Sorry, Alderman Leahy, what,
Page 110, account 6335.
I just didn't see the spreadsheet that
Yeah.
was
I'll
with
second that.
Yep.
Okay. Roll call?
We're going to discuss this.
Sure, go ahead.
I think this is a number, before voting it out, we could look at revising it. You know, I know we discussed it the Ways and Means. You know, Bud said he kind of went all out on this. And could we have Bud speak on this topic?
Sure. Bud?
You know, I think this could get scaled down. And when I'm going to say,
We can save money on that line item, and here's why. The bid that I secured was with the Missouri contract for 12 iPads, 12 cases, and 12 connections, and those are cellular. Now remember that we're talking 12 times $50 a month. I was hoping to be 35. If I can get 35, I can get it, but AT&T says 55. So take 55 times 12 times 12, okay? Add that back in, and so that's the model as an iPad. I don't know that I agree with an iPad. Personally, we're a Microsoft organization. Everything we have is Microsoft Word, Excel spreadsheets. There are other alternatives out there that can be less expensive and more adaptable to our network, which will save a lot of time and effort when we have to make the jump from Windows to the Apple environment, which sometimes can be fun. Sometimes it's real easy for some of us. Some of it isn't as much. Sorry, Mayor. I had to
that's
pick on
right.
someone, but that type of thing. So there is some efficiencies there. I just wanted to get a number out there as a starting point, as an estimate, and we can go from there.
and again, I said iPad, but tablet was really the word I
Yeah,
meant
sure.
to use.
Tablet,
So,
and it could just be tablet, some type of device. Someone asked earlier about information and studies done about efficiencies. We have done some. BOLA has some of that information available on separate note from several big organizations, Gardner and a few others, how collaborative software can be deployed among the group of you live. So as you're redoing documents and that type of thing, everyone's getting the change real time. So there's some real efficiencies to do that.
An increasing number of the municipalities in St. Louis County are using tablets
Right.
or iPads. So if you do your own independent survey, you will find more and more
Right.
municipalities going to this technology.
With Granicus.
And we participated in that webinar.
That's one of them.
Right. Save on labor, save on paper cost, save on overtime that we have to stay here late on Friday, not necessarily for me, just to get these packets ready for the upcoming meetings.
And I will say this too, just to kind of change the subject a little bit. I think Bud does look for the most efficient way to do a lot of these things. I know just a few years ago, the computers are in our police cars, the military ones, if you want to call them that, the top of the line, the ones that we were normally using were over $5,000 a piece. And had to be replaced on a regular basis, just like every other computer. And we had heard that Maryland Heights had taken a different avenue, basically buying much, much less expensive laptops. And then if they broke, they just replaced them. They were still saving tons of money. Bud looked into it, researched what we needed to do, and have been doing that now for, what, 3-4 years?
Yeah, and we're on our 4th year. We haven't replaced one. Not one.
I didn't even know that.
We've broken a couple hard drives, a couple of USB ports, things like that. It's still a home use type computer, a little bit slightly ruggedized, but you know, where you're talking about $900 to $1,200 range versus $5,000 per, right? So, you know, they could break 5 of them. I'm not saying they're trying to break them, you know, guys, but you know, that's the reality of those. You know, they're in ruggedized mode all the time when they're driving or pursuing or whatever. So we've been very lucky with that.
Yeah.
Very cost effective.
Excuse me, I have a question with Anthony Harper leaving. If this is an action by the city, then we need to postpone the meeting because something should have been taken. If it's just strictly personal and was not a result of something taken, some information given to him by an official of the city or an elected official, we need to make sure that the meeting is halted. So it just depends. Is it just a personal reason, you know, that he's sick or something, or is this
I don't want to
action?
attempt to speak for him.
Did you inform him of anything?
Do you need me?
No, thank you.
Are you asking me to discuss personnel matter in a regular meeting, Ms.
To take
Alderman?
a personnel action in the middle of a Board of Alderman meeting
I
is
didn't
not-
take any personal action.
Frank, do we need to go into, I mean, what do we need to do here?
Nothing.
Well,
This is a budget meeting, and we should have the full Board of Aldermen here. So if this action should have taken place a week ago or whatever, but in the middle of a Board of Aldermen meeting, is this appropriate?
there's no reason why Alderman
aware of
Harper
any
isn't
action
here.
that was
I mean,
taken.
Under Robert's Rules of Order, you have
What's
a
like
sitting
that?
quorum.
I know, I
He
just
has-
wanted to make sure.
He has the right to excuse himself from the meeting. No, he does not participate in the vote.
I guess.
He
I mean,
does have the right to come back in and vote in a delayed status if he chooses it.
He does?
Yes.
I don't know. Okay.
I just think we better
that
make
right,
sure
Frank?
when we're moving forward on this.
If he's not here present at the time of the vote,
He can't
then I
vote.
don't believe he can vote.
He is considered in the meeting because we took attendance at the beginning. If he's excused himself from the meeting temporarily, he does have the right to come back in and post a vote if he chooses to do so.
I
Tonight.
disagree with
Yes, tonight, this evening, yeah.
Well, we better get the Roberts Rules of
Yeah.
Orders out and start looking.
Well, let's move on and
Grab
see
the
if we need to
iPad.
do
Let's go
that.
with the iPad.
See?
Okay, so we had a first and second to remove the iPads.
Well, I'd ask, could we just think about maybe shelving this one, maybe get a little more analysis? Because I guess what bothers me about this is I feel people have prejudices and maybe they haven't adapted to learn what this technology could do. And they just look at it as it's a toy, and I just think that's an ignorant position when it's something that can make us more effective. And, you know, this would go, not just, you're not going to pay this fee every year. We would buy them. They'd be in there a couple of years. I just think we should shelve it and maybe do a little more research on this.
I'm willing until the next I'm willing to withdraw my second and wait till the next meeting to have a little more cost analysis. But what I want to say is it's not, I know it's coming on board. Richmond Heights, you told me had them, but it's not a common practice right now. And so I think our residents would view this as a luxury. But I understand if we can prove the paper cost savings and so forth, if we could do some analysis. I personally, like I said, I wouldn't want one because I have to write my notes on the side, and I know Alderman Robertson wouldn't want one also.
You can.
So.
I mean, we could get a tablet. You could write notes on the on the tablet.
Okay. Well, see,
right.
Then we'll table it until next meeting.
Okay.
That's more. I'll be educated.
The last question, if I may. I'm on page 112.
Was there a motion?
But she took her second back.
She withdrew the second.
Withdrew the second.
On page 112, debit service account 6552. I'm confused in the fact that we have a zero debt service tax going on, but yet we have a $675,000 arrangement.
We're still making payments on the COPS.
But our debt service tax bill does not cover this?
We have none.
No, the debt service was
For the general.
were bonds approved by the voters. So that was a street bond in the parks.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to clarify. I'll yield the floor, Your Honor.
Okay.
Guess we don't have you there.
Alderman Saunders.
First of all, do we need to do this so I get this right? Because I'm consensus motion. Do we need at this level to remove the policy until we adopt, that we've all had a chance to review and adopt a policy for the reserve balance? And it's not that I don't want one, don't get me wrong. It's just that this is the first draft of the policy we've seen, and I don't agree with the reasons as to why you can dip into the reserves. It says for capital expenditures, and I think we need to define more what, emergencies are. So at Ways and Means, we removed the policy, but I want to make sure that sticks. Like, do we have to vote on it at this level?
All that we have on the table is just the budget, not the policy. That's the motion.
Okay, well, I didn't know if we were allowed to remove it unilaterally at Ways and Means. Normally, it just seems like it's a recommendation.
That is the recommendation. You're right.
It's not part of the budget.
I just want to,
It's not part of the budget is what we're saying.
Okay, are you sure? This isn't going to come back together?
It's not part of the budget.
Okay. The other thing is I want to make sure that we remove the organizational chart in the judicial section. I mean, not judicial, legislative section, because that's a huge change which we are wrestling with. At both the code when we look at the recodification, and when we look at the employee manual. We've not decided to make those changes. Is it legislative?
Yeah.
All the org charts or one particular org chart?
The one particular that pulls it together. So the legislative department.
Which 61?
Yeah.
Page 61. I think in fairness that we've all agreed that we have not looked at the code, at the Alderman Kramer at Ways and Means, when we've been looking at the employee manual, you keep saying, we'll get to this chart, we'll get there. And we've not had that discussion yet. And it also, in fact, affects the code, which some of these changes are in the recodification. So I just think I don't even know that has to be a motion. This is not a valid organizational chart based on the current code.
I'm sorry, Alderman Kramer.
okay.
I didn't see your hand up.
No, it's okay.
I don't think it has to be a motion because I don't even.
My esteemed Alderwoman Saunders, my understanding is that the organizational chart that was put together by staff was their best effort at trying to reflect what's in the code currently.
That's correct.
And so that by adopting, I know you hate it when I use this term, but this is really a prop. This does not bind the city. It's supposed to be a reflection of what's in place now as of September 2012. When we actually go through the workshop and make changes to the code, that is when we'll have an impact on the actual topic I think that you're after.
I would feel more comfortable removing it because how many times did I hear we adopted it via the budget? Healthcare official, benefits. I feel more comfortable removing this. We've had discussion round and round to the validity of this chart. I think we have all agreed about that. And we know we're going to have that discussion coming forward.
Doesn't bother me.
Okay, so do I need to do it as a motion?
Yes.
I move that we remove the organizational chart, page 61, from the budget.
And second?
I second.
Roll call? Or I'm sorry, okay, roll call?
Alderwoman Saunders?
Yes.
Alderwoman Bannister?
Yes.
Alderman Leahy?
No.
Alderman Tui?
Yes.
Alderman Kramer?
Sure.
Alderman Robertson?
No.
Alderman Nguyen?
No.
Okay.
This one. Any other budget items?
So this is
I
now
have
removed.
more.
No, I don't think.
Well, one, we have the promotions happening within the fire department to captain, and we've discussed that the numbers don't add up on that page, but I think it's because of a shared position. But if you turn to page 46, you'll see that the numbers are identical, but the deputy chief under 2012 says 1, and it's 0 under 2013. And then we have the captains, 3. So the numbers are not identical, and yet they both total to 23.5.
If I may, I was just reading this. This doesn't reflect the copy that I have. The deputy chief position does not exist.
And so 2012, it didn't exist?
No.
Okay,
Now,
so,
the deputy chief position does not exist.
okay, so
it's-
that's what we're discussing, and I couldn't quite wrap my mind
Well,
because the
when I was
math
reading this
doesn't
tonight, I
work.
caught this, and this isn't on my copy in the office, so I don't know. The deputy chief doesn't exist. It's chief, assistant chief, 3 captains, 3 lieutenants, and the rest of the personnel.
Okay.
It's not on
And
47 either.
can I ask, do we need to have captains versus, can we just leave them as lieutenants as opposed, is there a need for the promotional
There is a need
process?
for a promotional process.
Okay, could you just explain briefly, just so we
Well,
know?
the captains are the shift leaders, and the captains are the ones that run the day-to-day operations of the individual shifts in conjunction with the lieutenants. The captains have very distinguished, very particular roles that they serve within the
Okay.
fire department. You have to have captains.
Okay. And then we know that these will happen in 2013. As a point of order, they went over the policy for promotion with McMahon Berger, but that's not come to us, the board. And will that be coming to us?
Well, I would generally say no, that really isn't. We usually leave that up to staff to develop those. Again, with the hiring and the testing and interview process, or the promotional process, I wouldn't know what the requirements are for those positions to be done.
I wouldn't recommend that we do the actual hiring, but I think we should review the policy. Just as we do the employee manual, we're looking at the policy.
Well, again, I mean, from a promotional standpoint, the requirements that those applicants need and the program that they're put through for that promotion, I mean, if I read it, I could say I wouldn't know what the requirements are and how to gauge whether it's appropriate or not. That's why we have professional staff to put those kinds of things together. So to answer your question, normally for those types of things, we've left that up to staff to develop those procedures.
I think it's hard to decide when we bring policy forward and when we don't, and I think generally we do.
On this
and-
particular one, the board is attempting to all of a sudden now get back into personnel matters, which I thought the attorneys had recommended against.
Well, and again, this is as much a policy as a procedure. Again, these are for the operation, and the police are different from the fire, and the requirements in public works are going to be different from them. So we leave that up to those department heads to develop those procedures and make sure that they're done appropriately. Again, I'm just speaking for myself, but I'm not a professional fireman. I'm not a professional policeman. So for me to look at it, I don't know that I can make judgment to say whether it's appropriate or not.
Well, I think it's a good idea to bring the policy forward to the board. Again, we may not understand all the details. There's a lot of things that we don't know. We ask questions of the experts, but sometimes there's something in there that might be a little bit. I know we had this with Ways and Means, and Alderman Kramer, you always felt that we should vote on policy.
Well, again, it's terminology, but I wouldn't say this is policy. It's a procedure for those promotions.
Okay, it was referred to as policy, so I would personally like to see it. So that'll be that. Okay, do you have something you want to go to? Okay, we already removed We had that ADA contract, that was missing. Did the state auditors detect that? Did they ask for that? Is that how we brought that forward, that we didn't have a contract on the ADA?
No, it was brought to my attention, and I discovered, and then I brought it forward to the committee, so it had nothing to do with the auditors.
Okay, and then the question with regard to that, is the firehouse ADA compliant? I was told that we don't have an elevator or that it's not ADA compliant, and do we have to have
We
that in the
haven't
capital
had
budget?
the inclusive coordinator review that building yet, so until she does, we don't know. But there was a conscious decision by the city not to put an elevator in the building.
Right,
But when we built it, did we not consult with an ADA compliance expert? I mean, being it built as recently as it was?
Yes, I mean, I would say, and the decision was made, the original plans was to have a helicopter.
What time is it?
No helicopter, sorry. To have an elevator in the plans, and then and I'm not going. It was the architects and consultants on the project, in talking. They took the elevator out, again, as a cost-saving measure. The shaft is there to have it put in. The rationale behind it at the time was that the second floor of the firehouse is considered the living quarters for the firemen, and that, again, for just practicality standpoints, if you're an active fireman, it wasn't open to the general public, so it didn't have to be ADA accessible from that standpoint. And so that's why they opted to take it out. It was always a consideration that could be put in the future. I think we're having that determination now if whether it is a requirement or not, or whether it's something we should try to speed up in order to put in. What was brought to the attention now is that the training room that is being used for our firemen, and then also other departments when they come in for additional training, that may open it up to the open to the public kind of thing, and that it would have to be ADA compliant. But if it's something that, again, we have to do, then it would be something we could put in a future budget, and the shaft for the elevator was constructed into the building. So, I mean, that's kind of the history as I remember it, so.
Okay, yeah, because I know there was awards and that given out for the construction of that building, and that's where we had an issue with some of the payments there, and then when I heard that, and then the CO2 thing's not correct, and then I heard that the doors aren't wide enough. Could that be possible?
I haven't heard of any of
That's not my
that.
understanding.
Right.
Okay, so what would the width of the doors, would that be an
front door is what
ISO
you'd be talking
thing
about.
or anything? That's not
The front
my,
door meets all the standard requirements.
the garage doors?
No, the front entry door to the firehouse.
Okay, but do the bays meet the widths
Uh-huh.
or ISO? Okay. Someone said that,
Well, I
and you know
can-
what, I'm not a
Yeah,
rumor
there's no
person.
issue with that at all.
Okay.
Terry Johnson is my neighbor, and I talk to her pretty regularly. And those are some of the things that she came to me and told me, which that was my question. I never had a tour of the fire department. I've never had it, except for when we met with you guys. But I didn't go upstairs. I was questioning if the training room was upstairs, because she said there were training rooms upstairs and that there's no elevator. And we were just talking one day, and she was kind of going over a few things and said it wasn't ADA compliant. And then she mentioned something about the doors are very, very tall, but there's a width problem. So
I think
I just
you're
made
mistaken.
a mental note.
I've heard her refer, and I've heard this before, the front entry door to the building, not the engine bay doors. She was under the impression the front entry door was not wide enough.
Right, that's
It
what-
isn't, it is
It
wide
is.
enough.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And again, I mean, really, if the city wanted to, we could just reserve the training room to our men and limit that access to the other departments when they come in. And by doing that, other departments wouldn't come here and be able to do some of the computerized training that we have available to our men here. But maybe that's a decision we want to make, whether we put in an elevator or not. That may cost $80,000 because we do that as a service to the other departments. But if it's just the living quarters for the firemen, it wasn't required. So. Okay.
I have a question. It's on page 37. And this is kind of throughout. in all the different departments, there is a, well, item 6070, there's educational benefits, and there's educational benefits throughout all the departments. And I just had a quick question. I think that's great. My question is, do we have a policy that like states if we pay for your education or a certain percentage of your education, you would have to?
It's in the employee handbook.
Okay. Great.
And does it commit them to staying for a certain length of time? And we haven't adopted the new handbook. So
It's
what is-
always been there. It's an existing policy.
And so what is it, what is the?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
But do they have to stay for a certain length of time if
Right.
they've incurred that?
Right.
And should we be starting this benefit in like new, educational benefits or something that have gone away? Do you know what I mean? Like it's one thing for training, but not necessarily to obtain a degree, an additional degree.
I think
It's
they're
not-
two different things.
It is too, right?
Right.
The education benefit is if you want to encourage your workforce to become better educated by getting a college degree or a master's that's of benefit to the city and to them while they work for you. Training is ongoing professional development so that they keep up with the industry and what our peers are doing in this arena.
And I guess what I'm suggesting is that a lot of companies have done away with the educational, the achieving of a degree. Do you know what I mean? Because it's not specific enough for the job. I mean, it used to be when money
we
was.
Well, it
require
is.
that it be specific
Right,
to the job.
right.
Otherwise, it does not get approved.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Page 41, and again, this is just a question. Just looking at, under, let's see, legal, 6170, I just had a question. The prosecutor is listed in here. Would he not have to be listed under the judicial?
No.
No, okay,
This is where we pay for all our legal expenses.
okay.
Why wouldn't we put him under judicial, though, since that's we never do anything with
If
regards.
I can answer that, under our code, there is a definition of what constitutes a legal department, and the city attorney and the prosecutor are
Lumped
included
into the
under that
same.
Okay, and can I,
classification in the code.
and with regard to that, where do we have the current legal expenses for the ongoing litigation with the Meridian? We're a nominal partner, and you were saying that Thompson Coburn goes to all the
It's
meetings.
that line item. It's charged to that line item.
And we feel that's going to be adequate?
Again, it's an estimate, but hopefully.
Well, I mean, he attends every meeting, even though we're only a nominal party. I assume.
Well, we're not
this-
a party, but we're watching out for our best interests at this point, but.
We are a party, though. I pulled the suit. So, I mean, we maybe have a nominal, but we're listed as one of the defendants. I have the suit, I think, in my thing.
We feel this is adequate at this time, and if the expenses are greater, we'll come back to the Ways and Means and the board and talk to you about it then.
Okay, and I think we need to put that on moving forward, because we need to get that settled. I'm not sure why we're not joining Compass Bank and enforcing the
By
settlement.
doing so, we would expose ourselves to greater liability.
Right.
Okay, so it's ongoing, and do we see any closeness to that? That seems like a low amount, and that's what got us before, was the contractual, the legal expenses last year, so I want to be sure that we're... And then can you please tell, on that same page, the retiree benefits, we have budgeted at $100,000. What would that be for?
We have employees that leave the city,
Uh-huh.
and in the past, we have never budgeted for that. And what this does is we have funds set aside so that if we have people that choose to leave in the middle of the year, there are funds to pay them out.
Okay, and then the miscellaneous contractual expenses that are $82,000, what specifically are those?
I know that that narrative doesn't do an adequate job of telling you what it is. I would have to pull those invoices, and I don't have them here tonight.
Well, on that same line item, there's, in 2009, the amount was $360,000, 2010, $580,000, 2011, $507,000, and then it dropped drastically to $82,000.
Right, we
So-
used to budget for the entire city
Right.
out of that line
So
item.
that was all, okay, so it's
We've
been,
parceled it to the different departments.
I was just like, wow. It's really.
Good savings, right?
We have to. Okay, well, if for the next meeting Gina could pull that, it would be nice if she were here.
If you look at some of the other departments and those descriptions in there, that should give you an example of what we would pay for out of those line items. For instance, on page 49, you look at miscellaneous contractual, I think that's probably fire department. They pay for officer testing materials, ambulance billing, medical exams, things of that nature. So it varies, but it's unique to each.
Okay, did I get more? Okay, oh, we were at, on overtime for firemen. Is there any way, since we tend to, you know, if somebody's injured and out for a long time, can you have a PRN type fireman, or is that not possible? It may not be.
I don't know of any fire department in St. Louis County where that exists.
Okay, I just didn't know if it was, you know, they have that in other professions. Okay, and then we said page 49, the training for the fire, I guess the training, it's only 12,000 actual in 2012, and then it's going to go up to $51,225. And that's for the firemen. Account 6240.
That's the shared person.
Is that because of the new position?
No, that's the shared.
That includes the shared training officer. It also includes payment for our ongoing EMS training that's done monthly. Also includes funding for Fire Academy special programs that they put on special training sessions throughout the year for all the fire departments in St. Louis County. Also includes various books, reference materials, et cetera.
Why is that only estimated to be 12,000 this year, though? I thought we participated in that $35,000 program this year.
That didn't start till well into the year.
June or July.
It wasn't for the full year.
Yeah, it wasn't
So
for
we
the full
didn't
year.
pay any more than
Actually, I
12,000?
think we've only paid 7,000 for the year.
Oh, okay, okay. So then that's why
This
it's so
reflects
low.
an entire year.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I have a question. On page 44, I'm just taking off my notes instead of flipping around. It says number 2, and my question is, will there be a separate policy manual for the fire department outside the employee manual? I know they talked, at some of those employee handbook meetings, they talked about doing like a sub manual separate for the police department and someone separate for the fire department because of the nature of the, I thought that, I wasn't sure, because first it was like, that's a good idea, and then it was like, no,
Right.
let's just all keep it
I don't
under
think
one.
it's called an employee manual. It's standard operating procedures, or what do you call it?
For policy and,
Yeah, police and fire each have their own individual standard operating guidelines. And that basically guides you as to operations that you do every day, above and beyond what the city calls for all of its employees. This is stuff that we're required to do every day, everything from cleaning bathrooms to how you fight a fire to how you staff a fire truck, et cetera. Those are all internal within the department.
Okay.
Police department has the same type.
okay.
And then on page 57, we're just curious as to why there's no overtime in the judicial department for 2012, but then we're back up to 3,400 in 2013.
The judge is here.
We changed from 3 part-time employees to a full-time employee. And the new full-time employee for the first year actually has elected to take everything as comp time. So she's not getting any overtime, but she will be eligible. It basically covers her court time, which will all be overtime since she's working full-time as an employee.
Thank you. Okay, and then when we get to the legislative department, the travel expenses, can we maybe not, like the ICSC, that page 62, I know we go to that International Council of Shopping Centers, the mayor attends that, and it helps us, but can we maybe do that every other year? Or a lot of those things are very repetitive when you go to different conferences. Do you think maybe we should consider cutting our travel some?
Really, I mean, at this point, I don't know that we really would be attending. I'm no longer serving as a board member for them on any of their committees. Again, with the current occupancy of our retail spaces, I don't know that there's really a need for us to attend that conference. Now, again, that can always change and you can adjust the budget, but I mean, at this point, I don't see the need for the city to attend that on a regular basis. Right.
Okay, well, if we could reduce that from 5,000 to like, let's say 3,000. Do you know, I know it's a little, but instead of having it billed every year.
But that includes other things too on those travel. I mean, that could include, you know, the aldermen going to the municipal league conferences, those kinds of things. And so, you know, if one year you may have one alderman go, but then you could have 5 or 6 aldermen go. So, I mean, I really don't think $5,000 is that much to have in your travel budget for those potential type of things. So.
I think we should at least keep it, the actual 3,500 is what it is for this year, that we should try to keep that. I mean, it's not a time for increasing. I know it's a small amount, but before you know it, you layer it on, and you got to find the money somewhere. Does anyone support that?
That's fine.
Does anyone support it, though?
I would support it.
You second it then.
I second that. If
Okay,
the motion
roll
is
call.
made.
We're reducing it from 5,000 to 3,500.
I'll just vote then.
Okay. Okay. Roll call.
Alderwoman Saunders?
Yes.
Alderwoman Manister?
Yes.
Alderman Leahy?
No.
Alderman Tui?
Yes.
Alderman Kramer?
No.
Alderman Robertson?
No.
Alderman Nguyen?
No.
You want to ask about the P&Z?
What page is that?
Page 63.
Do I have that one, right?
I would entertain reducing our salaries.
State statute doesn't allow us to do that. We have to wait for an election period.
Is that correct, Frank?
Sorry, I didn't.
To reduce our salaries.
The statute's very clear, you cannot increase the salary of an elected official during his current term. During his current term, I can't tell you with complete certainty that you cannot reduce it. I do believe there is at least one case, or at least an attorney general's opinion on that, and I don't have it just right off the top of my head.
Well, we can hold that till you can find out for the next meeting, but I know when we talked about the health care benefits, you had said that at any time we could reduce our compensation. You said that at the first meeting at the Brentwood Rec Center before closed session, you'd made that comment, City Attorney Albrecht. And then I know we asked the same question in Jeff City, and the answer we were given was that you can reduce it at any time, you just can't increase it.
Okay.
So I'm willing to hold that off till next week, next meeting, so that we can make sure.
If I may chime in?
Yeah, let's, Alderman Nguyen.
When I run, I voted to never raise the things as far, it was raised. I stood election, that was voted in, I was voted in, just as everybody else is. I don't want, I feel I earned it, I got it from the voters. If they hadn't voted it, I wouldn't have got it. So I'd say, keep it like it is. I mean, heavens above.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be, I don't think I'm trying to make a fortune off of it.
Your Honor, if I may.
Alderman Leahy.
I raised this issue earlier, and I got an education from our municipal judge. Missouri Revised Statute, Chapter 79 for fourth-class cities, Section 79.270. Salaries fixed by ordinance, 79.270. The Board of Aldermen shall have the power to fix the compensation of all the officers and employees of the city by ordinance. But the salary of an officer shall not be changed during the time for which he was elected or appointed. If we do any change of this nature, we'll be violating state statute.
Okay, well, we'll look into it and make sure.
Yep.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Yep. That was one of the things I had to yank off mine. I apologize.
Yeah.
Question.
Sure.
Where, page 62. Line item 6055. I didn't know that I had no idea that planning and zoning, that they received compensation. What do they get, how much do they
I
get
think they get paid per meeting,
Yes.
or is it just a flat? It's 100.
It's a flat stipend.
It's $100 per regular meeting. They
Right.
don't get paid for the subcommittee meetings they attend, but $100 for regular meetings.
Right.
And there is a maximum. It's a stipend.
It's a stipend. And how many members are on the planning and zoning?
So the maximum of 12 a year.
Okay,
We have 12,000 budgeted for that, or 15,
12,000.
12,000 budgeted for that? Is that?
There are 12 members.
It's grown, it seems like, because it spills over onto that table there. Is it necessary to have that many people on planning and zoning?
I think you can have up to 15, can't you?
It's been 12, in the 5 years I've been here. I'm not sure increased or whatever, but,
You know, Ellen, they don't, in other cities, they don't pay for those appointed positions. They don't pay, just
They
like the
do.
library board.
They
Some
do.
do. Some do.
All of
some
them
don't.
do?
I know where I used to work, they do.
Okay. Well, maybe that's something we could look into for the next meeting, too.
So you want a survey of?
Yes, I think that would be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Keep going.
Oh, and if we can't reduce ours, since we're employees, do we get the 3% raise, Alderman Kramer? I just had to ask you that.
So if we get our health benefits back. We have to earn it.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right.
Thing, so now I'm on to workman's comp.
Okay, go.
Can I ask how much longer?
Not too much, but you know what? As an alderman, this is our number one job, and a lot of this, I'm not even making motions, I'm asking questions, but I have to do my due diligence.
We've never done
No,
this
no, I just
before,
wanted to
so
clarify,
I'm
though.
just
I'm
trying
not trying to, but I just want to make sure.
Know how long it's
For an
gonna go.
estimate.
And next time I'll do it at Ways and Means, even if I get pushback from that, so that I don't have to hold everyone up. The workman's comp, page 75. In 2011, it was 93,000. 2012, 112,000. Bola, do you know why that is? Why it jumped so high?
The severity of the injuries and the cost to rehab the employees usually,
Affects that premium. Right.
excuse me,
Impacts.
impacts our premiums.
Okay, so we had some employees that were hurt in that department.
What page number was that again?
75.
Yeah, page 75. Go back. Sorry.
That was answered already. That was answered already.
Okay, then page 72. So what section, who are we on? We're on Parks and Recreation Department. And we have $75,000 there, specifications for capital work. There's a contract there. And then, I mean, in these contractual expenses, do we have, is that, no, the stormwater is in a separate line item. So what was that $75,000 for? Page
That-
72, towards the bottom, professional service develops specifications for capital work, $75,000. Is that the architect for if we go forward with the rec
Yes,
center?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that answers that.
Which is recoupable, by the way. Is that correct? Paul?
Okay, and we worked on the
That's a
6 full
recoupable
time.
expense if we do go to a bond issue.
Oh,
That's-
so
Yes,
we do-
yes.
Well, we'd be paying ourselves,
And
but
what's
yes.
page
Right.
82? Do you have any?
No, the ones I had were about the, the 3 current and 1.5 proposed, but that's been answered, so.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay.
For that,
Page 82, unemployed and elimination, that doesn't make sense. Why my note doesn't make sense.
What?
And then on page 84, the employee benefits, 2012, we're at 56,000, and then 2013, we're going to bump up to 95,000. And that's planning and development. Why is that if we're not increasing employees, that goes back to that whole section of, we have 6 employees listed, another 1.5 additional for Petro, and then the employee benefits also jump up significantly there.
Is it the question regarding the Petro products?
No, more, I mean, we already said that, she said the verbiage was wrong on that, but the employee benefits, the actual expense, the estimated for 2012, we're supposed to be at 56,000 at the end of the year, but in 2013, we're going to go up to 95,000.
If you look at the fiscal year 11 budget, you notice that that amount is 56,000. And we didn't have employees fully.
This is 2012 that we're looking at, not 11.
No, I meant 2012.
Okay.
We didn't have employees on board for the entire year. We did have
Okay.
some vacancies in that department.
Okay, okay, great, thank you. And then the miscellaneous contractual expenses on that particular page, 6210, we go to nothing and then all of a sudden 10,200?
Again, that's because those were
They
all
were in
under
MOE.
one account before, and now
Right.
they're made done by department.
You will find that in each department.
Okay. I'm almost done, and I think that'd be close. Everything. Sorry. Okay, then in, back in revenues, I wanted to know, why are we increasing the police fines, the collection of the police fines, which means traffic tickets, 50,000 in 2013? Is that
Where are you, Maureen?
reasonable? Well, I jumped around because I got to police, and then I remembered I missed something back on general revenue. So let me get to it. I'll be there.
If I may speak to that, that's
44,
fines.
it's on page 27, and we're going from the fine, okay, 4410 is court fines?
That's basically what it is.
Right.
Fines.
Mhm.
And the number is changing because in 2012, we added back a traffic officer. But that traffic officer didn't come on until the second half of the year. So what we did is project the revenues from that second traffic officer to 2013.
Okay.
That resulted in a $50,000 increase.
Okay, see, that's helpful, because otherwise the residents are going to have a big wake-up call with tickets. Thank you. I think I'm almost done. And then the only other thing I think I have, as far as we have, and then I guess with Public Works too, do we add employees? Because again, the employee benefits go from 244 to 385. 2012, we're at 244,000, and then we go up to 385. Oh, I'm sorry, page 103. And yet the salaries are decreasing.
Can you repeat that again, Maureen, please?
Page 103.
Yeah.
Okay, the first account, 6,000, has the salaries decreasing from 2012 to 2013, but then the benefits go from 244 to 385. That's a huge jump.
In fiscal year 12, payroll taxes were still being paid out of MOE across the board for each department. What we've done for fiscal year 13 is to remove those expenses from MOE and put them in each individual department. So if you look at other departmental budgets, you'll notice that that line item went up.
Okay, I was thinking that we had done that already in 2012. And then 2000, the repairs and maintenance to City Hall, what, 42,500 in 2012? What did we do?
What, is that the same page?
Yes, same page.
6230.
6230.
Was that the architect for the upgrade?
Could have been. Was that the architectural work or? No, that's actual maintenance. I'm trying to think if we had any special projects.
You're saying it decreased?
Flood.
It increased.
Well, just why this year it's so high?
6230?
No, it's 4250, 6230, yes. We have $42,500 being
Yeah, but
spent.
we've only spent 10,000 of that.
No, they're estimating.
For the library?
Oh, I see. No, he's right. We only
Right.
spent 10,000. You're correct. I'm sorry. I
I think
misread that.
we had always had a budget item in there for any
Yep,
ongoing
you're,
maintenance.
you're right.
and
I read
stuff.
it wrong. Okay. And that's why. Okay, and then we come to capital improvements. And I guess the big thing with the capital improvements is going to be the fire truck. And the thing that I asked is that we will do an RFP on that particular, on the fire truck, and that we will have, as a board, like adopting this, saying we want a budget for it, doesn't mean that we're locked into that particular fire truck, correct?
We will do an RFP.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what you, Chief Jury addressed in his
Yeah,
email.
under any condition, we would do an RFP on this. And
Okay.
put a bid spec together and package and everything and send it out for bidders.
Okay. I know that the mayor was saying that in the past, that we always, about this time frame, we budgeted to purchase a fire truck. And we've never leased it before. We've always purchased outright in full. So do we not have the revenue in capital improvement funds, or do we want to lease it? I mean, why are we, like, normally you would anticipate that we have that money ready to be spent on a new fire truck because the time frame has come forward that we should be ready for one?
I can't speak to that. Gina's assured us that we can do it either way. Her recommendation was to go with the lease purchase, so we're not expending all the funds at once, which pretty much has become the standard in the industry. The fire trucks are so expensive that the lease purchase right now, with the interest rates being so low, seems to be the way to go. You're not tying up all your money right away.
I mean, it seems to me, I mean, that's reasonable, and I know the interest rates are low, and so I have no problem. I just want to know, are we going to have a big reserve because we've been saving for this fire truck, and so we're looking at a rather expensive fire truck, so.
It's a different group,
Well-
though. It's not the general fund.
It's a capital. So I'm saying, though, is the capital improvement, are we going to see a big boon in there?
Well, again, when we were planning for these things over years, we didn't, have a line item in there that we were saving, $100,000 a year for a fire truck. We just knew that in the years that it was going to be expended, that was going to be our largest capital expenditure.
Oh, I see.
Okay, and so, but with this, and I was going to ask the chief a question, don't we get some additional maintenance by doing the lease purchase that we wouldn't have if we bought it outright too? I thought you had mentioned.
No.
Oh, I thought that they covered it a
There's
little
no
bit longer.
additional. You simply, you're responsible for the same things when you have the truck. You still are responsible
That's
for
fine,
the maintenance and so forth.
my misunderstanding. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. I
That's
know
all right.
everybody wants to go home. Please indulge me for 3 minutes. On page 88, under Police Department, and I know that we have not proposed any additional police officers in the budget, but I just want to, just for the record, just speak my mind here. There are currently 35 employees, okay, in the Police Department. Not all of them are police officers. There are 7 dispatchers and 1 clerk, which leaves 27 officers. Out of those 27 officers, Chief DeSpennet, the assistant chief, there are also 4 detectives, 2 traffic officers, and another officer that is detached to a federal agency, which you take those out, those additional officers out of the equation, and you have 18 police officers that patrol our streets on a regular, consistent basis. Now, I know that Chief DeSpennet and the 4 detectives, they do respond to calls. They respond to hot calls, which are serious calls. They're not there really as a preventative, but mainly as, after the fact, after the issue has occurred. So Chief DeSpennet started in 1977, and in his message to Ways and Means, he said that when he started, there were 25 police officers. And in 36 years, they've increased the force by 2 additional officers. And I always questioned, it was always a question that I would pose to my husband, how has the police department adequately, grown at the same rate that the city has grown as far as commercial development? And I think he answered that question. I don't think it has. So you know, we have all this additional commercial development, and as Ellen had, you know, had also said to the Ways and Means that it's increased, you know, by what was it, 1 million commercial square feet, additional square feet. So I just want everyone to understand that when we say there's 24 police officers, there are 24 police officers, but out of those 24, there's only 18 that patrol the streets on a regular basis.
Well, I would disagree. I mean, the traffic officers are out on the street too, and
Well,
they
the traffic officers, they work Monday through Friday. They don't work weekends.
But they respond to
work
calls
2
if
shifts.
needed.
They
They're
respond to
police
calls if
officers on the
needed.
street.
Right, but their main objective is to enforce traffic or.
Well, but all of our officers do that when, I mean, they will pull over a speeder too, right? You know, I mean, it's just what they're assigned to do, but they're policemen on duty. You know, and we added, and I would like to check that because I'm pretty sure that in the 90s we added, and again, we could check to make sure, but I thought we added 3 officers in the 90s under the federal program where basically we paid 75% of their salaries for 3 years, we paid 25%, and the federal government paid, and we added 3 officers that way in the 90s when we started these developments. We also added 2 additional officers, I think in 2005 or 6 when we started the red light program. We hired 2 new officers, additional traffic officers at that time that increased our police force as well. So, you know, and that was supposed to be funded through the red light program, but we obviously that doesn't cover those costs either. So, you know, so I think over the years we have added additional officers. At least that's my recollection. So,
Okay.
and they're out there on the streets, and they may be assigned different duties, but they're there to act as police officers for whatever they're needed for, right?
But typically they're traffic officers. I just want to put that out there. That's all. But
Well, I
also-
mean, if you take the number one complaint we get from residents, which, I mean, mine is speeders, you know, they should all be traffic officers. You know, so, I mean, you know, yeah, I mean, they have different assignments, but at the end of the day, when it comes to an emergency, they're all policemen, and they all take on those same risks and responsibilities, right? So, Alderman Saunders?
Just in relation to that, when that first came forward, I was a big supporter of the 3 additional police officers because if the experts tell me that that's a necessity, our number one job is safety, be it fire and police. And so if you're telling me that's a necessity, that's the one time I would dip into the reserves, banking on Alderman Tui's thing that we could borrow because safety is our top priority. However, when we met with the business owners, then the story it seemed like people felt that the commercial corridor is a little safer and that they're participating. But everybody needs to know that those business owners that came forward, every one of them said the number one deterrent was an off-duty or on-duty police officer. Deerbergs enjoys having one parked at the top of their complex, and when they wanted to stop the break-ins at the metro station, they hired our off-duty officers from midnight to 3 a.m., and they nixed the problem. So my thing about that was just that the residents want those cops, the police officers, wrong word, driving through the neighborhood. Visibility is good. It's good for students getting out of school to know they could run to a police officer if there's something unusual. It's good for joggers out there. We see something suspicious. I did have a great comment, though, from, I'm not sure if I got permission to use his name, but anyway, that maybe we should have postcards printed up and sent to the residents with not the 911 number, but numbers to call, you know what I mean, if we see suspicious activities in that, and so that maybe they won't be reticent to call in about that. So if they feel like the safety's fine, with the business owner's help, then I'm fine. But if they felt it was a necessity, then I would back them on that request. The only other thing I have, and that I'd like to see, and we can discuss next, is the comprehensive plan. And John, that's you. I'm asking why you weren't here before this board asking for that comprehensive plan
Let's keep
update.
the conversation up here.
Well, the comprehensive plan is the planning and zoning commissioners and planning. That is your number one priority. And you promised me when I was on that committee in 2006 that we were going to stick with the updates. And that update is required. I can give you the page, and it says, 5 years, not 5 to 10, it says 5 years. And it was supposed to be budgeted back in 2006, so that expenditure needs to happen. It's the perfect timing. We just went to the flood mitigation survey, and they were saying that March 31st, they're going to come forward with some scenarios. How perfect to dovetail that into the comprehensive plan and get feedback from all the residents on their scenarios. The same with the trails and that we've looked at for expanding our trail program, which Alderman Robertson has brought forward, and we discussed at Public Works. So there's great things that need to happen.
Well, actually, the staff had a suggestion that if, since this was something that was requested but then was not in the final draft budget that was submitted to Ways and Means just because there just weren't the funds for it. In 2013, there are a number of items in the comprehensive plan that have actually been accomplished. And I've kind of marked these throughout the comprehensive plan. And I think that would be an alternative to actually starting the comprehensive plan process with a consultant in 2013 is for staff to work with the Planning and Zoning Commission to do an overview of the existing plan and itemize all the items that have been completed and have that actually would almost help us frame an RFP for a 2014 process if there were funds available in 2014 to start the comp plan. It'd be an exercise of doing a minor update to the plan by showing in an implementation matrix what's been completed and then what's left to be done. And it would help kind of clean things up and I think provide a good dovetail into working with the consultant.
This is a process.
Like I said, I would like to. I want to discuss this again at the next meeting, and I'll be able to discuss what you're speaking of right now. But it's a recorded document. It states it in the document that you should do an update. And I had that run around. I hate to say it, but I don't know how many meetings I went to get that 1990 or is it 91 comprehensive plan update. And they would say, oh, we did the Hanley Industrial Study Corridor, and that was an update. And oh, then we did this East-West Gateway one, and that was an update. That is not an update to the comprehensive plan, and I'm afraid we're falling into the same thing. These are additional studies, and that's fine, but an update is resident input.
Total update.
Total master plan update, and it's required 5 years. So we'll discuss it next week because I can learn more.
Yeah, and I don't have any problem. I mean, I think it's good to do an update to the comprehensive plan as well. But it comes down to funding and what initiatives you have on the horizon to a certain extent. And I think actually one thing you pointed out is this Manchester Road flood analysis. I mean, I think it'd be good to get through that process in 2013 and have that because that's an area that really needs to be focused on because that'll have a big impact on what maybe you're able to do in that comprehensive plan along that corridor.
But they're planning, excuse me, Mayor, but they're planning on bringing forward 3 options at March 31st. One being maybe, making it all Brentwood Lakes, and you know what I mean? And if that's happening in March, then towards the latter part of the year, you could resident citywide input as to how they feel about those 3 options, not just a few people.
But again, it comes down to the funding part. I mean, we talk about
can the comprehensive plan be funded out of the capital improvements budget?
I don't believe so.
Well, this is the one time, again, with this, I would spend reserves because it's irresponsible, in my opinion, that it wasn't budgeted for this year because in the code, in the book, it states that it will be.
All right. With this bill will be, we'll have a second reading next meeting. If we could have first reading of bill number 5715, please.
First reading bill number 5715 by title only, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into and execute an agreement between the city of Brentwood, Missouri and George L. Crawford and Associates, DBA Crawford, Bunny, and Braymeyer, and providing for the effective date of this ordinance.
Okay. Synopsis, please.
Yes, Your Honor. I will do my best. Bill number 5715 is a bill for an ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of Brentwood to enter into and execute an agreement between the city of Brentwood and George L. Crawford and Associates, doing business as Crawford, Bunty, and Bromeyer for construction, engineering, inspection services, that for the final phase of the Brentwood pedestrian and transit improvement project inside Hanley Industrial Court for the construction phase. Project would involve working with the contractor on behalf of the county, assisting with pre-construction conferences, performing periodic site inspections, preparing change orders, inspecting construction materials, checking the shop drawings submitted by the contractor, also conducting construction tests and inspections, be present during critical construction operations, work with city to do full-time inspections and reporting, and participate in the final inspection. There was a motion by the Public Works Committee to move this bill forward to the Board of Aldermen for its consideration. Typically, professional services work provided for this instance is between 10 to 15% of the total construction cost, or $44,550 to $66,825. Staff has successfully renegotiated the cost from approximately $79,978, initially the submitted cost, to an hourly not-to-exceed fee of $68,725.26.
Any questions? Second reading?
Second reading, Bill number 5715 by title only, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into and execute an agreement between the city of Brentwood, Missouri and George L. Crawford and Associates, DBA Crawford, Bunty, and Braymeyer, and providing for the effective date of this ordinance.
Okay. Motion, please.
Move for adoption, Your Honor.
Second. Motion is made by Alderman Roberts, second by Alderman Nguyen. Roll call.
Alderwoman Saunders.
Yes.
Alderwoman Bannister.
Yes.
Alderman Leahy.
Yes.
Alderman Tui.
Yes.
Alderman Kramer.
Yes.
Alderman Robertson.
Yes.
Alderman Nguyen.
Yes.
Bill number 5715 is now ordinance number 4388.
Thank you. Next.
We need to pause and everybody to see the 4-hour limit of the DVD.
Okay.
Oh, we've set a record.
Take a pause or,
How long is it going to take?
2 minutes.
Okay.
wait for you.
We'll wait.
All right.
I'll be back.
Okay. We're back on. Next item, accounts against the city.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. For those who are still with us, we have a warrant list that was provided.
We skipped the resolution.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Public
Resolution
safety.
I was jumping right to
986
attention.
Deer Creek Watershed Rainscape Renewal Program.
Motion to approve.
Do we have a
Did you want me?
synopsis?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Resolution 986, this resolution would allow both residential landowners and schools, churches, businesses, and parks the opportunity to take part in a Rainscape Rewards program. This is a voluntary rebate program with $200,000 in funding available to financially assist landowners wishing to rainscape their yards to improve storm water management. Rainscaping consists of a wide scope of sustainable landscaping choices that a landowner may voluntarily employ to improve stormwater management. 75%, or $150,000 of the funds, will be reserved for residential landowners, and 25%, or $50,000 of the funds, will be available for the second group of organizations mentioned. The maximum rebate will be $2,000 per site. First round of the Rainscape Rewards program will take place and launch in January 2013. The City of Brentwood, along with 11 other municipalities and other active participants, we're going to be part of the Deer Creek Watershed Alliance, who worked on a Deer Creek Watershed Management Plan summary that the city would also be adopting with this resolution. Basically, what it says is that the city would refer to this management plan, a voluntary educational guidance document designed to encourage the adoption of better stormwater management practices inside the Deer Creek watershed.
Okay. A motion?
Motion to approve the resolution, Your Honor.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
This is a
Thank you.
good program.
Yes. Accounts against the city?
Yes, Your Honor, we have a warrant list before you that is dated November 15th, 2012 for presentation this evening. I have reviewed in abstention of the Ways and Means Committee, and I'm recommending its approval.
And second?
No, I mean, well, I have a question.
We need a second
I'll
first.
second, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. Alderman Saunders?
McMahon Burger, we are spending a lot of money with them, and there's 4,197. We haven't worked with them recently on the employee manual, is that?
We've met with them in executive session and the employee manual, so this is inclusive of all of that.
Labor attorney.
And then we have
Right.
ongoing personnel
We
matters.
haven't recently done, and so I didn't know how recent this invoice is.
The billing.
So we have 150,000 budgeted just for our labor attorney?
No, it's
No,
a
that's
combination
for
of all
legal.
those positions that are listed under
Okay,
legal,
so, and we're gonna stay within that budget this year?
hopefully. because that's what it shows in the fiscal year estimated year end.
That's the
Okay,
plan.
so we think we'll stay. And then next year, we're going to go to 120,000 with Thompson and Coburn.
Is that what it
doing the
shows
Meridian.
in the report?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, and my fault if the seconder would agree to amend the motion, I forgot to include the amount, which is $38,526.64.
Yep, that's fine.
Fine, fine.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item, reports of committee and department heads. Under the mayor's report, I just have one item. I'd like a motion. We need to fill a vacancy on the Board of Adjustment. We have a volunteer, Ben Haas, has volunteered to fill that position for us. I'm not sure what that term is. I didn't look at that, but this will greatly help out the Board of Adjustment. They've had trouble getting people to fill meetings. So if I have a motion to appoint
So
Ben
moved.
Haas to the Board of Adjustment.
So moved.
And second?
Second, Your Honor.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Next item, Public Works Committee, or I'm sorry, Public Safety Committee. Anything
No
further?
additional report.
Thank you. Public Works Committee,
No report, Your Honor.
okay. Director of Planning, Ellen, can we postpone the code enforcement presentation?
Are you sure you don't want to hear it?
All right, you can have 20 minutes, how's that? Could we move on to the Manchester Road CID? Do we need to approve that?
No,
It's just an update.
It's just for information
Okay.
purposes, and it's required as part of state statute. The CID submits its annual budget each year to the Board of Aldermen in the community where it's located, and it provides opportunity for comments or questions from the board. So
Okay.
if there, I could go through that if you would like, or if there, it's basically all of the revenue that they're projecting to receive in 2013, 49,000, is being used for either administrative type fees, which is a total of 4,000, and the rest of those funds are being used to pay for interest and principal and combined for the debt service payment.
Okay.
So.
Alderman Saunders?
I went to this annual meeting, but I had asked a while ago for their inception-to-date costs. I want to know how much interest has been paid inception to date, and I'd like to know the interest rate on the note. It was going to be a bond issue, and then it was such a small issue of a million that a few of the owners that are on this board actually put them up in the form of a note, and I'm just curious as to how much interest has been paid inception to date and what the interest rate is on the note and what expense, do you know what I mean?
Yes.
If I could just have this.
I requested that from the CAD. For the first few years that they were in place, they didn't do their administration. It was done by a company called Development Dynamics. So that was going to take them a little bit longer to reach out. They had to reach out to Development Dynamics and request that information. So they are working on that, and they have been. So hopefully we'll have that for you soon. I'll check on the status of that too tomorrow.
Great, thank you. And see, in this instance, can a CID help out with safety, police?
Yes, they could.
Mhm.
Yeah. TD,
So
that
if
was a
we
good
could
question was asked before.
discuss.
TDDs are more, capital project type things. And,
Yeah, they call it crime and grime.
right.
So a lot of communities use like CIDs or special service areas. You can use those to fund
I mean, if they wanted
law
to use some,
enforcement or maintenance that are over and above what the city would normally provide.
Right.
well, maybe we could talk to them.
Okay. That's all. Let me see. Ways and Means, anything further?
Yes, Your Honor, just a reminder to those who may have been planning to attend the night before Thanksgiving's Ways and Means Committee meeting for November 21st, that has been canceled.
Okay.
And our next meeting that is currently scheduled right now is, I believe, December 19th. Is that
Okay.
correct?
I think it might be before the 19th.
We'll check that date as on or about that
Right,
date. Your
because
Honor.
there's the
Next
budget
month for
amendment
sure.
that
Okay.
the
No
Ways
more
and Means
meetings
has
this
to
month.
consider.
Alderwoman Saunders?
And we forgot at the beginning of the meeting to ask if we can cancel tomorrow's meeting or postpone it 1 week.
Okay. Is that a motion?
Yes.
And second?
So I second.
And when do you want to set that date for?
Right, we need to
Fine, we-
select a date because of
We have to
Mike
notice it
Mike
out.
Perry,
Vote first.
who
Yeah.
should be in attendance so
was
that we
planning
can
on
coordinate it
being
with his schedule. So what date are we suggesting for the next
The
meeting?
following week, is there a date available
Well, it'd
the
be
following
court
week?
would be here. How about, no, there will not be court next, well,
Should
next
be.
Monday I can't do. How about next Tuesday?
Tuesday, a week.
27th?
You're yielding into my Ward 3, I'll yield it.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, that would be,
Taking one for the team, Andy.
Wednesday or Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Tuesday at 6.
At 6,
What's the date on that, Your Honor?
2 hours.
What date?
6 till 8.
27.
No, I promise.
20, I'm sorry, Your Honor. 27.
The yes, that would be the
November
27th. Yes.
Is
do
that
we
the
have to have a
motion?
motion to cancel? Or
And
Reschedule.
postpone to,
Motion to postpone, yeah.
Motion, okay, motion.
till next
I move
Tuesday,
To next Tuesday.
6 o'clock here.
Oh,
Roll
thank
call.
you.
Alderman Saunders?
Yes, thank you.
Alderman Bannister?
Yes,
Alderman
thank you.
Lane?
Yes.
Alderman Tui?
Yes.
Alderman Kramer?
Yes.
Alderman Nguyen?
Wait, you got one more guy here.
Alderman Robinson?
Yes.
Alderman Nguyen?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney,
No report, Your Honor.
City Clerk Administrator, we-
No report, Your Honor.
Library, anything further?
Library, no additional report.
Municipal League, nothing to report.
By the way, library was meeting tonight, so that, I was in there, but I was here.
Okay. Communications, nothing.
Oh, no report, Your Honor.
Thank you. Historical Society?
Yes, they had a wonderful tea Sunday afternoon, and my wife took somebody else, another lady along, and I didn't get to go, but, yeah.
Oh,
They had a
that's
great
right.
time, they had a sellout.
Yeah, they had a
60
great crowd.
People had a great time, Earl Brown told me it was really great, and I think there's a word for it anytime. So, and they made some money, good money for the Historical Society. I don't know if
Good.
anybody out here went.
I did. It was really
Oh, my wife
nicely
said she saw
attended.
you there.
Right.
I bought a ticket, but I had a conflict, so I'm sorry I missed it because the menu sounded
It was
wonderful. Regina was telling me about it.
Yes.
Okay, any unfinished business?
Motion to adjourn, Your
Oh,
Honor.
you got
Wait,
new
wait,
business.
any new business? No.
Oh, I've got a quick new business.
And then, okay, go ahead.
Well, Your Honor, just a quick comment. There was I guess, an overture or a comment made earlier that by doing the budget in one night versus 2 nights, we were being less than transparent. And I guess I would try to clarify from my own point of view that we always try to be very transparent by including more time for the public to comment. It's actually an opportunity for more inclusion or more input, but our transparency should still remain. I don't think we're going to try to, or have we tried to keep anything under wraps or unable to be discussed. So I look forward to hearing the further comments.
Okay, Alderman Sanders?
I don't think that it, and if you misunderstood my overture, by no means did I mean that it was less than transparent. It adds to transparency because now some of the things we discussed, we may hear from the residents and we have a chance to revisit it on December 3rd.
Okay. Hearing of any matter upon any person present, if anybody'd like to address the board, please come forward, give us your name and address.
Karen Smith Harrison. So on that reserve account, if all the 700,000 didn't go for legal, my question is, where did the rest of it go? I guess you're saying that was like 400 in legal, and so that would mean there would be a remaining 300,000. And I was wondering where that 300,000 went. And then you had mentioned earlier that some of the legal fees were reimbursed. And so if those were reimbursed, would we have applied those reimbursements against the 700,000 that we drew down on the reserves? Because the ultimate, the end, from what I am understanding and reading, is that we got to 700,000. And then in regard to the Meridian, yes, we did finish the one settlement, but we have another lawsuit, and we've had 2 legal expenses that I've seen come through on the, whatever that list is, that warrant list. So we still have legal expenses that we are incurring related to that Meridian development. And then my last question is in regards to laggers. So my understanding is that you all are not employees. So if laggers, if I'm understanding that, that's our pension, our city pension. So how is their pension benefits underneath that legislative category? Thanks.
Okay.
I feel your pain. Matt Saunders, 2326 Parkridge. I just did my budgets at work. Just as a point of advice, you could have avoided a couple hours tonight if you put it in a variance column. That's what we do at businesses when you have the variance column. That way all these questions wouldn't be asked. The reason they're being asked is because we've had some financial appropriations in the past. The next thing that I would ask is I would ask that you all go home and watch this video. We have a lot of people still here as citizens. If you're going to be our alderman, at least act like you want to be here. At least give us the impression that you're happy sitting up there. If not, allow the mayor to appoint someone that would like to be there. Why one walked off, I don't know. But at least fake it for us. It makes us feel better. Thanks.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
You going to respond to any of that?
Oh,
Give you a chance.
the legal fees, I mean, again, I think the total in expended, I would have to look, but my recollection, it was around 400,000.
You're correct.
Right.
And the other was, Tammy had said it was here, was due to health care premiums going up 7.5%, unemployment benefits for former employees, and legal fees. Those were the three that she gave for the 700,000.
Oh. And then with the loggers, again, that's something that was initiated by the board back, the original ordinance on, to include the elected officials was back in the 60s, I believe, right?
1968.
68. And it's been in place ever since I've been an elected official. Well, that's a decision the board can make. I'm just telling you, you asked why it was in there, and there's an ordinance that established it back then, so. Good.
Motion to adjourn, Your Honor.
And second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, we are adjourned.